Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. The Old-Fangled Father and His New-Fangled Sons. Centuries ago an old father, as old as one of them, lay on his couch feeling that his end was near. He was not surprised. In fact, he had foreseen it as he had foreseen many other events, and he was reputed wise beyond his years, and therefore far beyond those of the people who reputed it. So he called softly to him his 3 sons. They didn't hear him, being busy in different parts of the house, and it never occurred to him to ring the bell, because he was so old-fangled. He shouted to them, and they came.
"I have 3 things to say to you," remarked the father solemnly.
The sons fidgeted visibly. They had been studying, were not at home to anyone, and particularly had not wished to be disturbed in their work. They thought that their father was going to begin another anecdote, and it put them out of humor. But they were startled when he said,
"My sons, my end is near."
Each one replied with an endearing term, just one, for they were not men of many words, and they told him it was only his fuss, that he was only 100 and didn't look as if he were going to be cut off prematurely, that he mustn't give in and should never say die.
"I cannot argue the point," replied the old man. "Let me tell you my last wishes as briefly as I can, for my time is short."
They tried to dissuade him from talking so much, but it was of no avail, for he protested that it was their duty to listen to him, and he insisted upon having last wishes, as he had read that others had had before him, and it would be for the sons to obey and unravel them as best they could. Then the father, addressing the eldest, who was ambitious and already past middle age, spoke as follows.
"My son, my firstborn, find out the furthermost summit of the world, and when you have surmounted that, you can surmount anything."
To his second son, who was avaricious and also getting old and rather bald, he said,
"Sit patiently and wait, and when you can hear a voice that comes from no living throat and can see its traces, you will want for nothing."
To the third son, and consequently his favorite, who was romantic, being better looking and naturally younger than his elder brothers, the father spoke thus.
"You, my son, who are the pride of my heart, the joy of my life, the light of mine eyes, search the atmosphere till at your bidding it showers down burning stars. Then shall you go to the beautiful princess who awaits you, and live without labor."
And the 3 brothers murmured under their breath, "Poor old Dad! He's certainly very unwell." But he had not yet finished.
"Try to realize your ambition, my sons," he continued. "I have shown you the ways you should go. Then, and only then, will you have earned that priceless jewel, contentment."
The old man then composed himself comfortably, and died a few years later, after a sharp attack of senile decay, leaving many regrets and unsettled accounts behind him. When that happened, the 3 sons were very sad all day and all night. The very next morning they called to mind his last wishes of a few years ago, and decided to ponder over them, give them the benefit of their doubt, and see if anything could be made out of them. And they stuck manfully to their resolution, especially as the creditors were hourly expected. The eldest son looked up all the maps and geography books he could get hold of, and studied them until he came to the uncomfortable conclusion that he would certainly risk death by sea and cannibals many times before he could hope to reach the furthermost summit of the globe. The second son sat and waited for the voice he was both to hear and trace, until at night he gave up in despair. So he decided that the only voice worth listening to was that of common sense. The favorite son, meanwhile, went for a long walk, bent on success, and, unlike the others, full of a new hope. Yet, search as he would, he could find no spot where the atmosphere changed into stars at his bidding, and he returned home long after dinner-time, disconsolate to his supper of soup, which had grown cold. The next morning the three brothers arose in disappointment and vexation of mind. They murmured aloud and long at having been sent on fairy-tale errands, in a world where no clever-talking animals really existed, or kind-hearted, inanimate objects volunteered to befriend them on impossible quests. As the firstborn explained,
"If I were to coax my parrot and ask him to help me in return for my many years of kindness, as they do successfully in fairy stories, he would bite me for my pains, as he always does whenever I feed him."
And the second-born said, "If I were to fondle a pin and said, 'Ah, pin, canst thou help me in my distress?' 10 to 1 I would get pricked and serve me right for being so imbecile."
"As for me," exclaimed the romantic one, "were a gentle wolf to find me mooning about the forest, thinking of my beauteous princess, surely would he stop and, with a keen sense of the fitness of things, he would not trifle with politeness, but he would eat of me as much as would satisfy his present need, perhaps even more than he could digest."
And the brothers laughed aloud in the splenetic bitterness of their 3 souls. Another year went by. The sons had paid their father's debts and made some on their own account. So they held a council, and they confessed that they had idled so long because they were haunted by the rosy promise their father's words held out, and do what they would, they could neither forget them nor yet find any solution. Then together they pondered and thought, until one fine day, all the rest about that time had been wet, they concluded that as they were not believers in fairy tales, science perhaps might help them. So they worked and worked and worked, each with his own object. They certainly did not lack brains, or test tubes, or electric wire, yet just as certainly did they lack money, and but for the occasional doing of menial work, they would have starved and starved, and gone hungry. At last the eldest son solved his mystery. Now could he surmount the furthest summit of the world, for he had invented a machine which could carry him soaring like a bird over mountains and over seas. And the second son solved his mystery. Now he could hear a voice that came from no living throat, and yet could see its traces, for he had invented an automaton that could speak and could record its words with a stylus upon tablets of wax. And the third son solved his mystery. He had searched the atmosphere, and now at his bidding burning stars were showered down, for he had invented a kite fashioned on a wonderful wire, which went through the air and drew forth electric sparks, and his heart burned with love for the beautiful princess whom he knew awaited him, though by this time she must be getting on. The excitement of the brothers was great. "It is our genius we can thank," they exclaimed all in 3 breaths. "Our father, steeped in his old-fangled lore, never could have foreseen our triumphs. He never could have guessed how we should solve his posers." That was their conclusion. Then they shook hands all round, congratulated one another, and went their different ways. The eldest flew off, mounted upon his wonderful air-steed, amid the gaping of the astonished villagers, and his 2 brothers looked after him wistfully, until he disappeared far away behind the clouds. The hopes of the traveler rose ever higher and higher, as for weeks and months he soared on, exhilarated beyond all imagination. At last he came to the furthermost summit of which his dear father had spoken so solemnly. Over it sailed the sun as easily as a bird, when crack! The machine broke and collapsed, and the unfortunate inventor was hurled headlong into the sea, and every moment threatened to be his last. But wasn't. As he floundered in the water, he looked annoyed, and he murmured to himself, "There must be some mistake. Who can truly say that I have found contentment here?" Meanwhile the second son had borrowed a camel and gone off with his precious automaton to the great city, there to reap the reward of his labors. All the way he reckoned how he could best enjoy the vast sums of gold which would be poured into his lap, and he came to the conclusion that to gaze at it would give more pleasure than to spend any of it, except just a little for coffers to keep it in. He laughed aloud in anticipation. Arriving at his journey's end, he unpacked his treasure and set it working, and was forthwith lodged in prison. For the city turned out to be as narrow-minded as it was great, and it assured him that he must be a wizard. He assured it he wasn't, and proved that he didn't believe in fairy tales, for he had not relied upon them for help. But it was of no avail. There was nothing more to be said. This disappointing ending to so much effort and such real success encouraged him in the conviction that in the position in which he found himself, he could find no legitimate ground for contentment. During this time, the favorite son had sallied forth, singing in search of the beauteous princess. His marvelous kite was slung behind him. He wended his steps towards the only court he knew of, where dwelt a princess good, beautiful, and unmarried, a combination of charms of marked rarity. So joyous and merry was he, that the squirrels squeaked and scurried away at sight of him, and the very hyenas laughed in harmony as he passed by, singing "Tra-la-la" in his blithe lightsomeness. Ah, how gladsome and thrice happy was that merry, merry morn! Now the princess sat in the vast hall of the palace, turning up her nose at the stream of suitors that promenaded in front of her, very bored and weary at the continuous routine. But she never seemed to tire of it in her certainty that the right one would put in his appearance at the right moment. She was a very spoiled lady indeed. There was no one to gainsay her. Indeed, so spoiled was she, that every night she would cry for the stars, and blame the skies for being selfish and not sparing her a few, when they knew, for she had often told them, that she wished to wear them in her hair. And everyone said how illogical it was of her, and no one told her they were too large for practical purposes. One bitterly cold night, whilst she was sitting thus at her open casement, bemoaning the selfishness of the skies, and heedless of everything else, a mighty hubbub arose outside. "What ho!" called the pretty princess. Her attendants came tumbling in to her in their eagerness to answer her summons. "What's without?" she inquired. Nobody knew, and tumbled out to get to know. They rushed back and told her all at once that a brand new suitor had arrived at that unusual hour, and would she snub him at once or tarry till the morrow. It took her a little time to unravel what was said amidst such a babel of voices. "La! Oh, my!" suddenly exclaimed the princess, her eyes riveted outside on the blackness of the night. She could scarcely believe her senses, for there, in the garden, stars were actually falling down in showers, lighting up the figure of a man who, with upstretched hand, was beckoning them to come. He was summoned at once to the royal presence, shivering and blue with cold, but his romantic heart throbbed at the sight of so much beauty, and his face assumed a warmer hue. He was so intoxicated with delight that afterwards he could never quite tell how it all came about. As in a haze, he remembered the princess greeting him as the one long awaited. He recollected her saying that as he could wrest the stars from the selfish skies, he could gratify her desire to wear some in her hair, and bade him go collect them. He explained his invention. She grew impatient. He told her the electricity would kill him. She shrugged her shoulders and insisted. He declined to take the risk, whereupon she turned into a fury in her pretty illogicality, and exclaiming that he must be the wrong man after all, she flung his invention into the fire and ordered him to be flung after it. He took the hint by the heels and fled through the window, far into the night. Not at all content with his romantic adventure, or with life as a whole, he enlisted and became a target in the front rank of the army. It was, of course, some time later that the eldest brother, who had been plucked from the billows by a fisherman who happened to be passing by as usual, booked his passage home, and found on his arrival that the said home had been sold, as advertised, for building lots in eligible plots on easy terms to pay expenses. The second brother, in order to secure his freedom from prison, then and there smashed up his automaton and trudged home, arriving just in time to join his brother in being ordered away from their former doorstep, though still held responsible for the rates and taxes. At that moment, too, the brother of the twain was deposited amongst them, having been invalided to his sold-up home for life. So, in order not to trespass for fear of prosecution, they all three sat down a little outside the boundary line and recounted each to the others their adventures and their experiences. It was nightfall before they had done, and they really could hardly help laughing. And then, after thinking things out, they shook hands all round in silence. For the prophecy had come true. They were content. The three sons were now thoroughly content. To work no more, to do nothing more for the rest of their existence. It wasn't worth it, they said. Their disappointments were over, and they were fully content that they should be so. The villagers, once more open-mouthed in their gaping, and open-minded too, differed from the inhabitants of the great city, and looked upon the brothers as who should say, 3 wise men, and took upon themselves the care of them in the workhouse, and were proud to get them and to show them to visitors. As to the beautiful princess, she was changed by time into an old maid, and still kept on turning up her nose at elderly rheumatic suitors as they passed on their usual rounds. So the old father was right after all. His ambitious son had surmounted everything, including disappointment. His avaricious son had succeeded in having his wants supplied for nothing. And his favorite son could jog along as romantically as the workhouse rules allowed, without labor and without effort. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. The Little Picture Girl. It was Christmas Eve, and a little girl lay in her little bed, wondering what Santa Claus was going to put in her stocking this year. It was hung up where he would be sure to see it, and upon the same chair before the fireplace she had thoughtfully placed her clothes brush, in case he might like to brush off the soot from his coat. The grate held but a few smouldering embers, for it was late, very late, at least 10 o'clock, and Mina ought to have been asleep hours ago. Perhaps she would have been, only there were so many things to wonder about tonight, and one cannot be sure of wondering about them when one is fast asleep. So after wondering about Santa Claus, she turned to the stars, which she could see through the uncurtained window. She wondered if they twinkled and winked like that because they liked it, or because she liked it. Then there was the moon, which was looking straight at her in its own unblushing, beaming way, and filled the room with its light. And she sat up in bed and watched it, wondering where it went to during the day. Now opposite her bed were 3 pictures, colored and framed. One was of a dainty Columbine, smiling at her companion picture, a harlequin who stood on his toes with feet crossed, and his arms folded over his staff, and the pair set her wondering what she would see at the promised pantomime. Between them hung Mina's favorite picture. It represented a fine old moated house covered with snow. On the white path which led from the portico were tracks of little feet, manifestly made by the little smiling girl who stood in the act of passing over the bridge that spanned the moat. She appeared to be the same age as Mina, about 6 years old, and was dressed in a red pelisse and fur tippet. Her dark hair peeped from under a red, broad-rimmed hat with drooping feathers, and her hands were hidden in a large fur muff. Mina herself had just such an outdoor costume, and when dressed for her walk, she had often wondered where the little picture girl could be going so gaily for hers. And now Mina wondered that once more, as she glanced at her favorite picture, upon which the moon was shining so brightly tonight, till, bathed in the bright light, it seemed to stand right out from the shadows of the room. There was a creak, as though the old wardrobe wanted to stretch itself after standing still so long, a funny little way furniture has now and again. But Mina didn't think it was the wardrobe this time. She thought Harlequin had done it, for it seemed to her as though he had suddenly stretched forth his arm and struck out with his staff. No, he was just as usual, only somewhat darker, being in shadow, and as usual just ready to do something, yet never doing it. But surely with the favorite picture there was something different, some change. It was always morning there, and now? Why, now it was night. The moon was lighting up the old moated house, and the stars were twinkling over its heavy white-capped roof. Mina looked for the little girl in red, but there was no little girl in red on the bridge at all. Of course, reflected Mina, she must be in bed behind one of those little dormer windows fast asleep, for it must be very late. This seemed strange somehow, yet it was only just as it really ought to be. She herself never went for a morning walk in the middle of the night, nor had she ever heard of anyone else doing so. All at once, from the distant steeple, which peeped through the white sparkling trees beyond the bridge, came a muffled striking of the hour, and Mina, to her increasing surprise, counted on her fingers up to 10, and then there were 2 more, and then, to her amazement, whom should she see on the bridge in the snow, which had begun gently to fall again? Not the little girl in red, but dear old Santa Claus himself, covered up in fur and scarlet, trudging towards the house with tempting-looking parcels slung about him. Now he fixed a ladder against the thick frost-laden ivy which covered the front of the old house, and he mounted it very carefully. Then he climbed up the roof as easily as if he had been walking along the high road in the daylight. And then he disappeared down one of the chimneys. Very soon he reappeared, without quite so many parcels, slowly descended the ladder, put it upon his shoulder, and walked off with it. Mina's eyes followed him with the utmost astonishment and interest. Of course she always knew that it was Santa Claus's lovely privilege to come down the chimney, but she had never actually known him to do it. And then the joy of seeing him come out again, evidently on his rounds, was breathlessly delicious. All was quiet now, only the moon and the stars, and Mina, watching over the slumbering house and garden, about which the soft snowflakes hovered and fluttered. She had more than ever to wonder about now. She longed for a peep, just one peep, inside that beautiful house, to see if the little picture girl was really asleep. Harlequin must have guessed what Mina wanted, for there is no doubt that he gave her a knowing look though it might have been meant for sweet Columbine. And just as surely Minna saw his arms stretch out and heard the rap of his staff upon the picture frame. Then he pretended he hadn't done it, but she forgot all about him, so great was her interest in what she saw. At that touch of Harlequin's, the scene had changed to a dainty bedroom. It was dawn. A red pelisse and hat hung upon a peg on the door, and a large muff peeped from its box on the shelf. A rosy light tinged the face of the child who was sleeping there in the old wooden bedstead, and woke her up. The first thing the little picture girl did was to look with content into her stocking. It was very fat. And then, with a little pant of delight, she discovered a lovely doll lying on her pillow. First she hugged, and then she kissed it. Then she laid her new treasure beside her. Her heavy eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep again. And nothing stirred. "More, please," said Minna, by this time quite at home with Harlequin. Again he gave that knowing look and did as she asked. A rap, and once more she saw the garden. It had stopped snowing, and the sun was rising over the old roof. Suddenly a little sweep appeared, swung himself up by the ivy, crept stealthily up the tiles, and disappeared down a chimney. In a moment he reappeared with a doll and a fat-looking stocking. All so quickly that before Minna had time to clasp her hands and cry out, he was gone altogether. She looked at Harlequin, but he paid no attention. "More!" she repeated eagerly. Harlequin's staff then moved and rapped, and there was the breakfast room in the old moated house. The master of it sat at the table reading his newspaper. Soon he looked up and nodded encouragingly at his little daughter, who very seriously was making his tea. She nodded back and smiled, but it was a sad little smile, and her eyes were rather red, as though something had happened. Then the door opened, and to everyone's surprise, in marched a stout beadle. In one hand he held a doll and a stocking full of sweets, and in the other he held the collar of a little sweep, with a little sweep wriggling inside it. Close behind there came a tiny crippled girl, who moved painfully by the aid of a crutch to the boy's side, and laid a trembling hand on his arm. The brother and sister were much like one another, in feature and in squalor. Great tears were rolling down her cheeks, and her poor face was no whiter with pain than his with fright beneath the soot, though, looking lovingly at her, he tried to appear brave. The beadle noticed the little picture girl's look of recognition at sight of her lost treasures, and as he gave them back to her, he pointed to the black marks on the doll's frock, which tallied with the little sweep's grimy paw, and then jerked his head towards the crippled child in whose possession he had found them. Then the stout beadle gave the boy a shake, just to remind him of his wrongdoing, as if any further reminder was needed, and made for the door, dragging the wretched offender after him. But the little picture girl showed so much distress, stopped him, and looked at him so piteously and with so much kindness in her sweet eyes, that he let go his grip of the collar. Then she put the presents in the boy's hand and pushed him gently towards his sister, but the lad shook his head sadly and looked more ashamed than ever. The little picture girl glanced at her father, who had been silently watching the scene. He nodded. So she pressed them on the boy, whose eyes now filled with tears as he gazed, humbled and grateful, at the beautiful young lady whose generosity saved him from punishment. Meanwhile, the gentleman Christmas-boxed the beadle, who smiled fatly and went his way. Then for a moment or two the picture father's uplifted finger wagged a warning at the boy, who hung his head. But Mina could see that it was not so very terrible, because if the boy had not confessed his fault, how would the beadle have known in what house he had yielded to temptation for his sister's sake? The little cripple dried her eyes at seeing her brothers safe, and was very grateful for the gifts she hesitated to accept. But she had a right to keep them now, and it was not her fault that she was the innocent cause of her brother's offence. Food from the breakfast table was wrapped up in the newspaper. The big bundle was put into the little sweep's arms, and the two poor waifs, who had entered so miserable, were sent away happy at the bright moment which had entered into their dark lives, whilst the little picture girl, who for the second time had lost the present Santa Claus had brought her, looked after the poor little pair quite content, and smiled as she waved good-bye with her pretty hand. Then the master of the old moated house wiped his spectacles, which somehow had become quite misty. He lifted up his little daughter in his arms and kissed her, and putting his hand into his pocket, drew from his purse a gold piece, which she took with a laugh of surprise and delight, and threw her arms around his dear bronzed neck. Mina saw nothing more. She must have fallen fast asleep. It was very late when she awoke. The first thing she did was to smile as she trotted off to look at what Santa Claus had put in her stocking. She had seen him on his rounds. She had seen his parcels. Dear, kind old Santa Claus, who saves up all the year to be the loving, generous friend to little children at Christmas time. Mina smiled again as the thought flashed through her mind. She approached her stocking. It looked rather thin, horridly thin. It was empty. She ran to her pillow. Nothing on it, nothing under it. She could not understand it. Oh, Santa Claus! She gave a big gulp and decided to wait and see what her father would say about it. She had to bustle too, for the bell would very soon ring for breakfast, at which it was her duty to preside. "Papa, Santa Claus has forgotten me," were her first words after the morning kiss. At this her father pursed his lips with a blank look. "Dear, dear, good gracious! 'Pon my word, what a forgetful old Santa Claus! I'm afraid he's getting past his work. Perhaps," turning to the window, as a tear was gathering in each of Mina's bright eyes, "the snow was too thick." "No, Funnyums," she often called him that. "It wasn't the snow. I know he was out in it, 'cause I saw him." "Saw him, did you?" he replied, smiling. "Well, perhaps he gave all the toys away till there were none left, and then, as the shops were shut, there were no more to be had." Mina now felt sure her father was joking as usual, and that there must be some secret. "But perhaps, Mina, Santa Claus came to my room by mistake," he added. "In fact, it occurred to me that he might. He's getting short-sighted, you know, and we are so very much alike. Suppose you go and see." Away she ran, and there, sure enough, were Funnyums's 2 socks hung up. One looked full, the other looked empty. She found in the full one all sorts of good things to eat. Mina emptied it quickly. wish Funyuns wore stockings, she murmured. Then she went to the empty one, which wasn't empty, because right down in the toe there was a gold piece. Then Funyuns was hugged, and Funyuns was thanked, and scolded for being up to his tricks again, and then hugged once more to make it all right. All that stirring time he was quietly pretending to read his newspaper, just as though he really wanted to read it at all. And Mina forgot everything in the excitement of Christmas Day. That night she slept soundly. The following day she went to the pantomime, and afterwards dreamt about Columbine. It was only on the morrow that she noticed again her favourite picture, and then her mind wandered back to the wonderful things that had happened there. And as she gazed at the little girl in red, who was going out so joyously for her morning walk, it occurred to her where the little picture girl must be going. She was going out, as Mina was, to spend the gold piece her father had given her. "Ah, she deserves it," Mina said to herself. I don't quite think I've deserved mine, that is quite so much. I would like to do something for children who suffer and are poor," she muttered, like the children in the hospital. And slowly, as she thought it out, she made up her mind that the doll she was going to buy should be a very small one, and that the rest of the money from the gold piece she would send to the Children's Hospital Fund. Seldom has any child felt happier than Mina did that sunny morning, as she donned her red pelisse and hat and took her muff from its box. She paused at the door and glanced at the little picture girl, who was smiling back at her. "A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year," said Mina out loud, dropped her a little curtsy, nodded gaily, and ran out. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Sleeping Beauty's Dream. She pricked her hand with the point of the spindle and fell into a deep, deep sleep. And the creepers that had been climbing over the castle walls for a long time, searching for the turret chamber wherein the sleeping princess lay, the ivy, the jessamine, the briar rose, climbed round odd niches and corners, as if all were curious to see the lovely maiden under the fairy spell. But the years went by, and none had reached so high, though one sweet little briar rose had not given up hope, and crept steadily onward and spread as it went. And this is the dream of the beautiful princess. She dreamt that she arose and wandered forth out of the castle gates on to the sunlit terrace. Her attendants had dozed over their labors, and she wondered at their laziness. The peacocks had stopped in their strutting and had fallen asleep. Even the little singing birds in the trees had ceased their trilling and hidden their little heads under their wings. But the princess did not tarry. She went straight on, past the close-up daisies and sunflowers and the drooping foxgloves, past the goldfish drowsing on the fountain basin, for all around nature was hushed and had fallen asleep. Without hesitation, she crossed the meadow of wild flowers and reached the willow path that skirted the sparkling river, and did not stop until she reached a willow larger than the rest. Then, bending under its branches, she neared the water's edge. There an old wooden skiff was moored. Lifting her silken robe, she stepped into it, unfastened the cord, and, reclining on the embroidered cushions, she closed her eyes with a happy sigh. Away drifted the bark with its lovely burden. The sunlight turned to twilight, with lurid gleams and pale green flecks jeweled the sky. The twilight turned to dark gray and silver, and the moon and stars watched her on her way. The bark floated to where the silent river joined the open sea. Still peacefully on it went, over the bosom of the moonlit ocean, onward into the night. The princess's sweet thoughts were disturbed by the sudden stopping of her craft, which had run aground on the sands just where the tiny wavelets retreated shyly, to venture again and as quickly withdraw. Soft and balmy was the summer's night, and on the breeze music came, wafted towards the young princess, who smiled and landed lightly, drawn by the bright strains which led her, following, to a pleasure ground. Lights hung festooned in the great trees, and in an open space peasants in their picturesque costumes were dancing and laughing as they stepped. The princess, from behind a tree, gazed on the scene, on the glades and the lake in the distance, all mysterious in the night, and as she listened to the laughter and the music, she knew she had never heard anything so delightful before. Happy at the sight and sounds, she moved from behind the tree, and she saw a young man approach her with great respect, one of a group who were not dancing. The princess would have fled, but he was already close, and although his dress betokened origin as humble as that of those around, he was as handsome as a young god. They looked into one another's eyes, and she accepted his invitation to dance. Afterwards, they sat together on a mossy knoll and talked low. All was silent around, and the light of the stars was reflected in the glowworms. But the princess did not tell him who she was, and when he spoke of a quest on which he was about to start, to find his unknown betrothed who awaited him in a distant land, she wept. Her sweet tears fell upon his hand, which he raised to his lips and reverently kissed them there, and she smiled on him for doing so. But the smile faded as an old woman came, and plucking him by the sleeve, told him it was the hour to go. And when the princess was alone, she felt as though she had never known before what it was to be alone. And she would be awakened by a king's son. How long a time passed by she did not know. But again she saw the handsome, pleasant youth, and her heart sank as she thought that her release could come only through the kiss of some king's son who could claim her for his wife. Then she pondered no more, for she saw the traveler now, far, far away, where she could not get near him. And he was in a forest path, wrestling with desperate fury with the giant who had barred the way. Breathlessly she watched the youth as he struggled in the brawny monster's clutch. The princess, moved by his stress, cried out in her sleep. Then the rays of the noonday sun, redoubling their forceful heat, shone forth with overpowering energy. The giant, struck with the pain of it, clasped his hands to his head and fell over backwards like a log to the ground. The princess knew that her love was safe, and by her fear for his safety, she knew too how dear he was to her. And she went on dreaming happily of what might be the future shared with the one she loved so much. Her heart fluttered as with foreboding of evil. She beheld a range of mountains, and up the foot of one of the peaks a pleasant youth toiled his weary course. But the mountain was so slippery that his efforts were of no avail. As he gazed round, she could see the handsome features, clouded by fatigue that almost was despair. She saw that the mountain was glistening, and that it was made of ice. Then she felt the breath of summer. She saw it lift the white pall from the earth. She saw it melt the belt of ice, and as she looked, the mountain dissolved into water under the warmth of her love. She saw that he was safe, trudging over the carpet of cowslips, smiling as he went. She wanted to run toward him, but he passed through a thicket and disappeared from sight. The princess arose to follow him, but she lost her way, and wandered on and on through a dense forest, where nothing stirred but scampering hares and startled squirrels. At last, towards evening, she came to a path all gay with glowing flowers, refreshed by their evening bath of dew, and whispering to one another a hushed good night ere closing their eyes to the light. As the princess passed along, the strains of an organ fell upon her ear, and she saw a great temple before her. She stood at the open door. Within, hundreds of candles lighted the vast grey dome, and far beyond, in a haze of mystery, stood the man she loved, and by his side his bride, all veiled in white. And she knew his quest was done, and that he had found her whom he had gone to seek. Then there was a stir in the multitude, and a peal of bells rang out on the stillness without. The princess sank down and felt as though she swooned. A kiss was on her lips, and she trembled, for she knew the moment had come for the prince to claim her. But the kiss was sweet. The sleeping beauty came slowly back to consciousness. She woke, and before her was a tall knight in silver armor. His handsome features were lighted up with joy. She knew him well, and enfolded in his embrace, she murmured happily, "Oh, it is you! Oh, Prince, the youth of my dream!" And the little briar rose peeped in at the turret casement, and nodded in the breeze at the lovers as they sat close clasped, and as the bells pealed forth, told the news to the ivy, which told it to the jessamine, until soon the tidings spread over the great city far and wide, and all over the joyful land. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann, the Gamekeeper's Daughter. Just run up to the grange and tell her ladyship the bullpup is doing nicely, and that you bandaged its leg as she showed you. Make haste, lass, if you're not too tired, as her ladyship would like to know before she drives out. All right, Dad. I'll run. It's much too cold to walk. Rogers, the gamekeeper, glanced with pride after the little retreating figure, and then, as his old mother was standing in the draughty porch awaiting him, he kissed her wrinkled face, and they entered the cottage together. Nancy was soon at the grange, her cheeks aglow under the scarlet hood of her cloak. New people were at the big house, and there seemed a deal of bustle going on. She waited in the vestibule and stared at the brightness, at the beautiful pictures and decorations where, ever since she had known the Grange, all had been damp and decay. She had never seen anything like this before, and she was enjoying the novelty mixed with awe at all the grandeur, when a little girl richly dressed, about 3 years old, ran up to her. Nancy dropped a little bob of a curtsy, as her grandmother had taught her to do to the gentry. Little Iris was not at all shy, and she was full of one thought only, the thought of Christmas, so that she burst out with, "Do you know tomorrow's Christmas Day?" And without waiting for a reply, she babbled on. "I'm going to have such beautiful things. A dolly that sends kisses, a pambulator for her to ride in, a gold watch with real ticks, and a kitten with real scratches. Guess who'll bring them?" "Her ladyship?" ventured Nancy, dazzled at such a haul of magnificence. "No, not Mummy!" exclaimed Iris, capering with delight and revealing more of her frills and laces. "I can't guess, miss," said Nancy, smiling through her diffidence, which was just what Iris wanted her to say. "It's Santa Claus! Santa Claus always brings me just what I want. Isn't it clever?" "Who's Santa Claus? Is it your aunt, miss?" "I'm speaking to you about Santa Claus. A gentleman. I've not seen him. Never been able to catch him yet." "Catch him? But who tells him what you want?" She was getting quite interested. "The little bird." Nancy felt completely mystified. What a different world this seemed to hers. "What toys are you going to get?" continued Iris. "Oh, No toys. I live in the cottage in the forest. Dad is always so busy, and I help him look out for poachers, so I have useful presents. I don't have toys. Granny gave me this warm cloak last year, and then Dad's pockets get so full of sweets that they last for months."
"Sweets and useful things aren't presents,"
said Iris, surprised.
"Poor little girl. Wouldn't you like toys?"
She added, "I think so, miss. At least, I've not seen many. Cousin Janey has a skipping rope and a workbox, but she won't let me touch them." "Ah, you've been here long enough, Iris darling. I hear nurse calling you," exclaimed a soft voice, and her ladyship, with a kindly look at the visitor, laughingly caught up her little daughter in her arms before the child even knew she was there. Then she received the message, gave the little messenger a slice of cake, and in a moment Nancy was leisurely munching the fee as she trudged her way back on the grass through the frosty park. The dusk was gathering when suddenly in the stillness she heard a dull thwack as of a stick against a branch, which caused her to stop and listen. She knew what that sound meant. "That's one of those poachers! He's knocked down a pheasant, I'll be bound," said the gamekeeper's daughter to herself. "I'll just be after him." And gathering her skirts close around her, she crept through into a thick plantation. She had the intrepid fearlessness of her father, whose companion on his rounds she had been, when no danger was thought to be afoot, ever since she was old enough to ride pick-a-back. It came quite natural to her to help him, and though the old grandmother grumbled at her boyish ways, she said nothing, for the child was obedient enough and could read and write and sew. And moreover, her son would brook no interference with his treasure, especially since her mother had died. "Drop that!" cried Nancy. "Who's there?" Hearing only a girl's voice, a rough-looking fellow emerged grinning from behind a tree, with the dead bird he had just picked up in his hand. A limp bag was slung over his shoulder, a stout staff was in his other hand, and a snarling lurcher dog slunk at his feet.
"Steady, Muffins,"
said the man, giving the cowering animal a gentle kick as a reminder.
"Now, missy, what can I do for you?"
"You can just hand me over that pheasant." "Ah, it's you, isn't it? I know you, Tom Grollins, and I'll report you to the gamekeeper." The poacher gazed at her stupidly for a moment.
"Give you the blessed bird and be reported to, missy? Come, that ain't hardly fair, is it? Will you lie down, Muffins? Now look here, if I give you the bird, will you promise not to say as it was Tom Grollins? On your Davy now. Will you promise, missy?"
She nodded. Tom Grollins was not very strong of intellect, and he was a known coward, and as the sound of a carriage was heard close by, the bargain was hastily concluded. The pheasant was handed over without further parley on the undertaking of the promise, no names. The promise, of course, Nancy faithfully kept when she delivered to her father the bird she had demanded with such pluck and authority, and told him how she had got it. The gamekeeper laughed, remarking that he wouldn't press her, but could make a pretty shrewd guess if he chose. However, she was worth her weight in gold, he said, and he patted her on the head for a trump, and Nancy felt uncommonly proud. But she didn't quite understand what he meant when he said that the terms such as she had made would not be quite approved of by the Lord Chancellor. Then, as Granny came in, Nancy told of all she had seen, and of all the wonderful presents the tiny lady at the Grange was going to receive at Christmas, because she wanted them, and that a gentleman staying at the house called Mr. Santa Claus gave them, and knew what to get, because a bird, a parrot she supposed, had heard and told him what the little lady wanted. That night when Nancy was in bed she could think of nothing else but Santa Claus and the wonderful toys, and the thoughts were just beginning to get confused with a greatly envied skipping rope and workbox, when she suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, wide awake. Her room was a tiny one leading off the kitchen, and in the moonlight she had just seen Tom Grollins pass by, this time with a full bag on his back, and the faithful Muffins was close at his heels. "Well, I never did!" exclaimed Nancy, in her astonishment and vexation unconsciously quoting her grandmother. "I never did! Now what's to be done? Gran's no use, Dad's out, but Dad's sure to find that wicked poacher," she reflected, on hearing the clock strike 9. "He's in the forest and can't be far," and she lay back relieved at the thought that her father had suspiciously refused the invitation of a shabby, gaitered, and very doubtful sportsman to drink Christmas in with mulled beer at the village tavern. She had heard her father remark afterwards that he wanted to be within earshot of gunshot, so she wouldn't worry, for Tom wouldn't get the things after all. After a time, Nancy changed her mind. As in a dream, but not feeling a bit sleepy, she quickly donned her cloak, stealthily opened the kitchen door so as not to disturb the old lady, and hastened out into the night. Curiously enough, she didn't feel cold in the bleak air, and in her hurry she never even noticed she was without shoes or stockings. In front of her was a man, and she quickened her pace. She soon overtook him, sooner than she expected, for dark clouds overshadowed the moon, and she was at his side before she knew it. "Tom Grollins!" she exclaimed, breathless and indignant. "How dare you? I've caught you again!"
"I'm not Tom Grollins,"
replied her companion in a deep, manly voice, in which a funny chuckle seemed to rumble. For a moment the child hesitated. It certainly didn't sound like Tom Grollins' whiny treble, but then perhaps he was pretending so as to put her off. "Yes, you are," she retorted firmly. "Now what are you doing here?"
"It's a secret."
"You're after poaching again. I shall report you to Dad, and," she added severely, "you've just got to give me this very minute all you've got in that bag."
"All in my bag? Softly, softly. Wouldn't that be highway robbery, with threats?"
answered the jolly voice, and with a laugh,
"Oh, greedy!"
Nancy stopped and stared hard, but it was too dark for her to see him, as she had done from her bed. He had stopped too. "Who are you, then?" she asked lamely.
"Santa Claus,"
came the reply. "Santa Claus!" repeated the child in astonishment. The dark cloud rack happened to part, and Nancy saw towering above her the dearest and most imposing old gentleman imaginable, with a large smiling face and a long white beard. White curly hair fringed his holly-decked scarlet cap, and his long, loose red coat revealed here and there glimpses of scarlet plush beneath. Instead of rabbits and pheasants, he was laden with the newest of toys, and as to muffins, he was nowhere to be seen, unless he was that toy dog dangling from the overflowing bag, and wearing a leather collar with bell attached, and a leather muzzle that ought to allay the fears of the most nervous.
"Yes, little woman, I am Santa Claus himself. Ho, 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 ho!"
he repeated with his jolly chuckle. I beg your pardon," stammered Nancy, quite confused.
"It's all right,"
he replied good-humoredly.
"Now shall I see you home before I continue my rounds?"
"Oh, may I come with you?" The words had dropped out of her mouth before she could stop herself. Santa Claus shook his head.
"Come with me, indeed! I should think not! Come with me, 'pon my word!"
Then he hesitated and smiled, and said kindly,
"Well, come along, dear. You're a good, brave little girl. But you must know I've never made such an exception before. However, it's so odd to find a child who doesn't know me, even such a little village mouse as you, that we must really make one another's acquaintance."
He drew Nancy under his cloak to keep her extra warm and to hide her from view, and he showed her how she could peep out. Then he took her by the hand, and the quaint pair proceeded along the mysterious-looking forest until they came to the part Nancy loved best. There heaps and heaps of fir trees grew, the tall ones protecting the wee ones, and the wee ones doing their best to try to grow tall too. Santa Claus stood still and looked around as if in preparation of some important matter. Nancy felt something was going to happen, and she peered up into the face of her guide.
"Father Christmas has come!"
he proclaimed loudly at last. And then what a change there was! The fir trees all became Christmas trees, lighted each one, big and little, with candles blue or green, yellow or red, each burning with the same colored light. And from the diamond-frosted branches hung toys innumerable. At the top of each tree stood triumphant a fairy doll with wand outstretched. Nancy clasped her hands with rapture at the sight. "Oh, Santa Claus!" was all she could exclaim. He lifted her on to his shoulder and let her gaze until she had gazed enough. Now indeed she realized what toys were, whence they came, and how they grew. Then she felt he was carrying her away, and her heart beat with curiosity and excitement, for she knew Santa Claus was proceeding on his rounds to pay visits to all the sleeping children who deserved it, while she was clinging to his dear old neck and would see all that went on. The first visit was to Iris at the Grange, whither Santa Claus was already on his way. They entered the pretty bedroom where the spoilt little lady was smiling in anticipation in her sleep, and the dolly, pamberlator, watch, and Titten with real scratches, immovably asleep, were all produced as though by some conjuring trick from Santa Claus's basket or deep pockets, and duly placed to meet the child's eager glance on her waking. "Mr. Santa Claus," whispered Nancy, who'd been wondering all the time, "how did we get here?"
"Chimney,"
he whispered back. "Chimney?" Santa Claus nodded. This didn't make her much wiser, for to her knowledge she had never seen the inside of a chimney in her life. But she forgot to pursue the subject now that something more interesting was going on. Iris had vanished, and a pale little boy lay asleep in a room above a flower shop. "He doesn't care for toys," whispered Santa Claus. "He loves that pink geranium by his side." And a gaily painted watering pot was placed next to his flowering possession. How white in comparison with the blossom the suffering, pinched little face looks on the pillow, thought Nancy. He will be pleased. Before they left, Santa Claus filled the can with water from the cracked toilet jug. In the large house across the way were sounds of bright music. A party was going on.
"I'm afraid it's too early to go there yet,"
said Santa Claus, consulting his great watch.
"However, we'll go and see. It's really high time for all youngsters to be in bed."
In the night nursery were 2 cots. Both were empty.
"I must call on my way back,"
he said. Just then the door opened, and childish voices were heard shouting, "Santa Claus! We'll catch him if we're quick!" And there was only just time for the 2 travelers to disappear before the lights were turned up and the owners of the cots rushed in.
"Nearly caught that time,"
exclaimed Santa Claus as they proceeded on their way. It was extraordinary how alert and agile he was for such an old and portly gentleman. And he burst out into a loud laugh and only recovered from it as they entered a long room full of small beds. It was decorated with holly and mistletoe. A light burned at one end, where sat a pleasant-looking nurse half screened in the corner by the fire. Nancy followed Santa Claus's movements with breathless interest as he flitted to each little sleeping occupant of the hospital ward, for such it was, placing here a toy horse of skin and harness with a long wavy tail, there a lovely picture book with a green cover, on which the title was printed in large gold letters. Twice only did Nancy heave a little sigh, quickly repressed, and her eyes filled with longing. Once, when a skipping rope was loosely tied round the clasped hands of a little girl who was a convalescent, and was going to leave, as Santa Claus explained. And once again, when, creeping on tiptoe, he placed under the chair of the dozing nurse a very smart workbox with the name engraved on top. Every now and then Santa Claus would linger to smooth the look of pain from a little suffering face into a smile, or touch with his cool palm a little fevered hand. As she trotted round with him, tears of pity and happy sympathy filled Nancy's eyes, and she tried to give Santa Claus a good hug, only she couldn't reach halfway round, while he tenderly wiped those tears on his big cuff and carried her off a long way to a very poor cottage. There they peeped round from behind the door. Everything looked bright and sounded happy too, and every now and again, amid the laughter and the chatter, the arrival of Santa Claus was gaily prophesied. 3 little girls were dancing round 3 of those tiny decorated Christmas trees Nancy had seen that eve, and their parents, looking on happily, echoed their exclamations of joy. She was surprised to see so much jollity in so poor a place. But Santa Claus didn't seem to be so. He merely muttered,
"It's all right this year,"
and withdrew with her the same way they had come.
"And now,"
remarked Santa Claus cheerily,
"before I go back to the party, children, or do anything else, I must visit all the other hospitals. I've brought you home because you must be very tired, little woman. I'm terribly busy tonight. Half afraid I shan't get it over in time. Just think of the disappointment if I don't. So good night, Nancy. Pleasant dreams. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year."
and his kind face bent over her in bed as it had over so many others that Christmas Eve. And as he pressed her hand, he added with a smile,
"I've a terrible lot to do, and I mustn't forget anybody."
The dawn heralded once again a Christmas Day, and when the sun peeped forth he awoke Nancy. She looked round and uttered a cry of surprise and delight, for before her astonished eyes she seemed to see a little fairyland all to herself. Grouped about her bed were a skipping rope, a work-box, both handsomer than Janie's, and a little box besides. She couldn't believe they were real, so she felt them all over and not only found they were quite real, but the little box when it was touched sent forth the most lovely mysterious music. "Dear, kind, darling Santa Claus!" exclaimed Nancy. Then she saw that beside them there was also a plum pudding with a Christmas card attached, from the new mistress of the Grange. What was puzzling was that on a chair close by hung 3 pairs of her father's new socks with a paper asking her to mark them. But they were marked already, and were full of good things to eat. Never in all her 9 years had Nancy had such a Christmas. After saying her morning prayers, she sat down at the table, where, with elbows outspread and her little tongue peeping out as she moved her pen, she wrote the following letter. "Dear Mr. Claus, thank you very much for those lovely presents. I like them very much, and thank you for the lovely time I had going about with you last night. I shall never forget it. Please forgive me for thinking you were the wicked poacher, Tom Grollins. I must now say goodbye. I send you 200 kisses. XXX, etc. Your grateful little friend, Nancy Rogers." And then she addressed it to him at the Grange. When Nancy had stamped and posted it, her grandmother and her father came in to breakfast and received Nancy's grateful thanks, for she wore a pretty new frock. Then she told them that as she had hurried back from the post-box so as not to be late for breakfast, she had heard the head gardener say to the butler that Tom Grollins had been seen that night striding quietly along with a big bag well stuffed. "But, Dad," continued his daughter with conviction, "it isn't true. I'm sure it's a mistake." "Why isn't it true, lass?" inquired her father. "It's likelier to be true than not." "Because I made the same mistake myself," said Nancy. "Well, it would take a good deal to persuade me that my little meeting with that slippery rascal turned out to be a mistake," exclaimed the gamekeeper as he sat down his cup and smiled with satisfaction. "When did you meet him, little woman?" "Last night."
"And who do you fancy it was, dearie?"
asked the old grandmother. "I know who it was, Gran. It was Mr. Santa Claus." As they smiled still, she ran and fetched his presents she was anxious to show. and Nancy knew she was right, and that it was Santa Claus. For nothing more was heard of the poacher Tom Grollins for ever so long, and everyone Nancy asked seemed to know all about Santa Claus having been on his rounds that night, even those who hadn't seen him. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. All on a 5th of November. Morning. It might have been the middle of the night, but it wasn't. It was Guy Fawkes' Day, and 8 o'clock on a foggy morning. The London square was more than usually hushed and mournful, except for a warning call or whistle as a van cautiously lumbered along, or blundered onto the pavement. The nursery fire did its best to look cheerful. The lights were all on too, showing up the bright pictures on the walls and the bright faces of the 3 children who were chattering gaily at the breakfast table. And they all looked so smart. Alec and Frank in their best suits, and tiny Molly wore her prettiest white frock and her coral necklace, just as if she were going to a party. They soon scrambled off their chairs, and Molly, standing on tiptoe, seized hold of a bunch of lilies tied up with ribbon that was on the side table, and each of her brothers eagerly possessed himself of a neat brown paper parcel. It was Father's birthday. The occasion was always kept as a holiday, and the children were waiting for his call to summon them to his dressing room. "I think he must be 50, remarked Alec. "I think he's 15, said their little sister. She spoke in a tone of conviction, accompanied by a toss of her short curls. "Don't be silly, Mollykins," replied the boys with a laugh, but she said she was sure she was right. "Hello, kidlets, come along down," came the shout of a manly voice. There was a stampede, and a race as to who should get there first. Molly arrived a bad third, but it was she who was first for him, for he went towards her and picked her up. She put her free arm around his neck, but instead of making him her little speech, she exclaimed as he kissed her, "Why, Daddy, your chin is full of splinters." The boys delivered their presents, and were kissed or patted on the head and thanked, before Molly parted with the flowers which she held so tightly in her little fist. "Your babyship is very kind," said her father, gratefully shaking her by the hand, and laughing still, he put her down. Then he took her hint and seriously began to shave. They knew they mustn't talk to him whilst that important function was proceeding, so the 3 stood still, deeply absorbed as they watched the performance that fascinated them with its dangers and its hairbreadth escapes. "Now I can kiss my little Mollykins and she won't complain." He put down the towel, took her up again, and rubbed his smooth cheek against hers. "Daddy, tell me how old you are," she asked, looking into his eyes. "Oh, how can I do that? It's a secret." "Do whisper it," she coaxed. After a moment's hesitation, he smilingly whispered something into her ear. "Oh, what a talk of years!" she exclaimed. "What is it?" clamored Alec. "I'm sure I'm right." "I'm sure I am," asserted Frank. "I know!" cried the delighted Molly, bursting with importance. "May I tell?" Her father nodded. 21! she exclaimed triumphantly. "Bosh! Why, he said he was that last year!" cried Frank. "And the year before," asserted Alec. "And the year before that. I remember quite well. Father always says that." "Guy," called their father just then, "please send the children in to me." She was having her morning tea, so the young people ran into the adjoining room to hug her and be hugged in return. Noon. "Sun's tum out," announced Molly as she toddled away from the nursery window. "Hooray!" shouted Frank. "It's going to be fine for this evening." There were going to be great doings. Father's birthday and Guy Fawkes' Day made a grand double event long looked forward to with enjoyment. "Hooray!" echoed Alec, rather feebly, for he was desperately busy. Outside, now that the fog had lifted, the busy hum could be heard of everyday life, mingled with boys' shouts as they trundled a Guy about. "I've found something out!" suddenly exclaimed Alec, in a curious voice, and he spread out on the table the front page of an old Times. "Look here, Frank," he continued in growing excitement. "Here, under the berths, marked with a red pencil, Guy Thompson. That's father. Here's the date. Wait a moment. Now I'll reckon it out. Hush! Don't say anything while I do the sum. I say, father is 21. "I knew it!" exclaimed Molly, capering about. "I told you so." "Rubbish!" said Frank. "Molly, do shut up. Alec, where did you find that paper? How did it come here?" "I found it there, on the rocking chair. It looks old, and it is old. See, here's the date. It's very funny. I wish we could find out. It would be jolly to find out all by ourselves, if this really can be true. I say, I know who'd tell us. I've heard all about Somerset House, where you can get to know about people and their affairs. Only I don't know where the place is, or who lives there." "An omnibus will take us anywhere," spoke up Molly. "Who's us?" inquired Frank scornfully. "Never mind her," said Alec excitedly. "I'll tell you what. Listen, this afternoon, when we've got to be in the playroom, let's go in a cab to Somerset House, and just get to know once for all. I've got 4 shillings in my money box. What have you got?" "I'll count." Frank counted up to 5 shillings. "The man may want more. Mollykins, what have you got in your purse?" "Dot 6pence." "Well, if you pay your share, we'll take you with us. That is, if you can put on your own hat. I can help you with your coat." And so it was arranged. And at 3 o'clock that cold afternoon, Alec, Frank, and Molly might have been seen stealing forth into the keen air. They were supposed to be playing at marbles in the garret, or they might have been seen and packed back again. The boys were well muffled up, and Molly had her hat on, with it back to the front. The 3 were in high spirits once they were off, and they realized the full importance of such an adventure. In Alec's hand was a sheet of newspaper, in which the truth of the paragraph was to be tested. Alec hailed the first cab. The driver shook his head. The second paid no attention. The third asked them who they thought they were getting at, and where they thought they were going to. "Somerset House," ordered Alec, after quickly lifting Molly in, and Frank had closed the door smartly. On the way there they behaved much better than they usually did when they drove out. No one fidgeted, no one complained of feeling hungry, or thirsty, or tired, or anything. When they alighted, the cabman was told to wait. Molly and her brothers passed through the imposing gateway of Somerset House, and were starting to cross the quadrangle, when they saw the beadle in his fine uniform, whom they took to be the Duke, and learned from him where they could find the room of which they were in search. "Berths, please," said Alec, bold as brass, to the gentleman behind the counter. He was leader and spokesman whenever they went shopping, and he was leader and spokesman to-day. Frank never interfered, and Molly had gone stonily shy. "Berths, please," repeated Alec, impatient at being stared at. "What name?" said the gentleman, looking at them amused. Thompson, replied Alec. Any particular Thompson? You see, we may have several Thompsons in our entries, 5 or 6 at least. This is Mr. Guy Thompson, said Alec, showing the marked paragraph. Very well, said the gentleman, who, thought Alec, must be the Duke's butler. But have you got the fee, the half-crown you must pay for the search? Half-crown's very dear, said Alec. Can't you do it for less? The gentleman looked at them with kindly eyes. I dare say I can, he replied, putting his hand in his pocket and rattling some coins. But I'm afraid you'll have to pay a shilling. The king wants one. They paid their shilling for the king, watched while the gentleman looked up his records, and followed him into the corridor as he prosecuted his search. At last he said, Quite right. Born on the 5th of November. Year's all right. It's all in order. Then father is 21? Queried both boys doubtfully. Molly hopped on one foot in suppressed excitement. Your father? Exclaimed the kindly clerk, handing back the coin. Why, how old are you? 10, replied Alec. Thank you. And so your father married at the age of 10, or thereabouts, did he? Dear me, very precocious of him, exclaimed the clerk with such a serious face that the children felt quite uncomfortable. They had not considered the matter in that light at all. Their faces fell, and they felt such a wish they had never come that without a word of explanation they turned and fled. They were glad to be once more outside the building, and thankful to find the cabman still there waiting to take them back, and in their discomfiture he was hailed by them joyfully as a dear old friend. Home, said Alec, when they were inside. And where might that happen to be? Asked the driver with interest. Molly, womanlike, jumped at a conclusion. We're lost, she wailed, and burst into tears. And it was only when she was in sight of her own nursery windows that she was comforted, and smiled once more. Without any inquiry, all their remaining savings were emptied into the willing palm of the delighted driver, who bowed his acknowledgments repeatedly. The children ran through the garden entrance unobserved, and had just got their outdoor things off when the tea-bell rang. Night. When Alec, Frank, and Molly entered the drawing-room, where their parents were in readiness for the great annual frolic with father, they didn't tumble in as was their usual habit. They walked in sedately. They had something important to say. Truly, Daddy, how old are you? Asked Molly, running up to him. She wouldn't be hushed down by the boys. She felt she wanted to make sure of what she already knew. I told you I was 21, of course. One always expects such a nice lot of presents when one is 21. But you two young rascals evidently think I really must be a very old man of 40, at least, he replied, smiling. And does he never grow older, Mummy? I don't see it, Molly darling. Do you ever see the Times, boys? He inquired. That's just what's so queer, said Alec. I've got it here. Alec noticed the glance which his parents exchanged, and their expression of astonishment when Frank remarked, We took it with us this afternoon to Somerset House. Yes, corroborated Alec. Me too, chimed in Molly. And then they told of all they had done, and their parents tried to look grave, but couldn't, could scarcely speak for laughing, though they extorted a promise that nothing of the kind should ever again be attempted without permission. Surely what is in the Times, reasoned their father, must be true. At least one must presume so. Hello, broke in Alec. I say, Frank, look here. This Guy Thompson was born in Cambridge Square. I never noticed that. Weren't you born in Oxford Square, father? Well, I think I might just as well have been born in one as in the other. All I know is that if I was 21, I am 21, and the rest. You never asked me how many more. Come along, boys, now for our cushion fight. But first of all, here are your expenses back again. Your babyship, there's your sixpence. And now I really can't wait any longer for a romp." Soon the room was gay with laughter. Father, too, had to be a real guy, and a pretend one, pushed about in the armchair with a funny long nose spoiling his jolly face. And afterwards they all danced whilst their mother played a hornpipe, and really it was very difficult to guess Father's years. They might have been anything. Then he suddenly ran out. There was a rush to the window. The blind was drawn up, and soon, in the darkness of the night, a grand Catherine wheel was seen whizzing round in a blaze of dripping fire. Then such a glorious shoot of rockets arose. Whish, bang, whish, bang, they went as they burst, each of them, into a shower of gorgeous stars, all purple and green and gold. "Oh!" exclaimed the three children, gazing with rapture, and "Ah!" they repeated over and over and over again, as splendor followed splendor, and the sky was powdered again and again with sparks of colored fire. End of section 5. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 6 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Father Christmas at Home. Twilight. It was afternoon on a cold December day. Eva, all alone in the schoolroom, sat down on the hearthrug and looked thoughtfully into the fire. She was, however, not quite alone, for her tiny Yorkshire Terrier sprang onto her lap, and after turning round and round, pawing at her frock as though to make a comfortable hollow, settled cozily down. "Dot," she said, smoothing the hair back from its eyes, "I'm very miserable. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and everyone is happy except me. I'm in trouble again. Somehow I'm always in trouble. I've spoilt my velvet frock washing your feet, and you didn't want them washed, did you?" The Honorable Dot, to give it its full title, looked desirous of forgetting the incident, then licked her hand as a reply seemed expected. "Perhaps if I had some brothers and sisters, they'd get into mischief sometimes, and it wouldn't always be me." Dot paid no heed to her grammar, was bored, and sighed heavily. "I really didn't mean it when I said I gloried in being naughty. Don't snore, Honorable. There'll be complaints from next door." It was curious, but Eva was having remorse, brought on by all the talk of peace and goodwill which was in the air. "I've tried things before," she muttered, "but I know what I'll do this time," she exclaimed. "I'll give a cot to a hospital." The little dog growled a protest as she suddenly got up from the floor. Eva counted the money in her money box. "I've 5 shillings, all but 3 farthings. I'm sure that is nothing like enough," she mused. "It must cost at least 1,000,000 sterling pounds." Tears came into her eyes, but they flowed down onto a smile, as she thought of someone who always managed to do kind deeds and who might help her. Father Christmas! Eva thought of asking no less a person than Father Christmas himself to advise her. But how to find him and get a nice quiet chat with him was the difficulty. That he would come to her on Christmas Eve she had no doubt, and he never forgot her. But she had only managed to be awake and see him once, a long time ago, and then she but got a glimpse of him, for he rushed out of her room as though in a terrible hurry. Dot's little mistress slept badly that night. She was racking her brain as to how she could manage to remain awake so as to see Father Christmas when he came, and then how she could coax him to stay for a talk, for she knew quite well how busy he must be when he was on his rounds. The following afternoon, during a general rummage that was going on to find tiny candles and colored glass balls that were over from last year's Christmas tree, Eva picked up a scrap of printed paper, which had come out of an old cracker. She took it upstairs to her favorite spot on the hearthrug and read it aloud to Dot. "Father Christmas sends this note from out his mansion by the moat to all who live on land and sea, to honor Christmas Day with glee, inviting them to pass his way with glee to honor Christmas Day." Eva flushed with excitement. "Why, it's a message from him!" she cried. "It's some kind of invitation." And she gave Dot such a squeeze of delight that the little creature squeaked shrilly, scurried off, and laid low under the table. She thought and puzzled and pondered over the lines she had just read. At last she grasped their meaning. "Of course! How simple after all," she concluded. "He lives at some moated house, and I must go to him, not wait for him to come to me. He always comes down the chimney. That's the way I must go up." Eva didn't hesitate a moment. The opportunity had come for which she longed. She ran downstairs into the large old-fashioned hall, which was overheated as usual by the hot air pipes, for the huge chimney place was too much of a curiosity ever to be used. Here, she felt sure, was the starting point of her adventure. Luckily, no one was about. It was windy when she looked up the great chimney, so she took her long, fair hair and made it into a loose plait in order to keep it from blowing about her face. Then she prepared to start and secure the first footing. Eva had never been up a chimney before, and when she began climbing she was quite surprised to find how nice and clean it was, with steps and all white tiles. She toiled up and could see blue sky and fleeting white clouds above. After a time she stopped to rest in a little recess in the chimney side. When she started climbing again, the blue sky faded away, twilight came on, and in this very, very long chimney the light became quite dim. Very soon, however, she felt with a little thrill of pleasure the keen air all around her head and shoulders, and she knew she had come to the top. Fortunately, there was a ladder already placed for Father Christmas to mount, and down that she went, looking below all the time so as not to make a false step. It was a very, very long ladder indeed, and Eva began to think she would have to go on stepping down forever when at last she found herself on the ground again, in a country field with hoar frost stiffened the blades of grass, across which she ran straight ahead as hard as ever she could go. Starlight. Once only did she halt by the side of a lane to consider what she should do if she couldn't find her destination after all. Two robins alighted in front of her, hopped about, and fluttered forward. They were so persistent that they interested her, and she followed them. They flew along a side path, and Eva ran after them. Ran till she arrived eager and breathless at a wooden bridge, and found that she was in a park. That above her was the dark vault of heaven decked out in all its diamonds, that the bridge led across a moat, and that in front of her was a splendid old country mansion brilliantly lighted up, where the robins alighted on a window-sill and, paying no further attention to her, busied themselves with crumbs. Then Eva advanced, almost in spite of herself, went up the front steps, and standing on tiptoe lifted the knocker and let it fall. The knocker resounded for a while musically like a peal of bells. When they ceased, the door opened and a very ancient man confronted her. He was tall and thin and bent, and was dressed in draperies, with bare legs, and he had a funny little curl in the middle of his bald forehead.
"Is Father Christmas at home, please?"
faltered Eva.
"Yes, little madam,"
came the reply.
"Do you want to see him? Really? But you will be astonished, I warn you. Aren't you frightened?"
"Not a bit," replied Eva.
"Brave little girl,"
said the very ancient man.
"Come in."
And he ushered her into an old oak-paneled room. It had a delicious sense of comfort, and a delight about it which for the moment she didn't try to define. Her attention was attracted by catching sight of what she thought was her own reflection in the large mirror against the wall. It was a little girl who came in at the same time, and was of exactly her own height. As she looked closer, she saw that the other child was uglier than herself, unkind in expression, slovenly in appearance, and tried to hide herself rather in the dark corner where she remained. And Eva, in the novel surroundings, soon forgot all about her. At the far end was a great log fire, and near it a huge armchair in which sat a stout, healthy, red-faced old gentleman warmly wrapped in a crimson dressing-gown. He was leaning back, thinking or dozing. Eva advanced with soft steps. She was full of eagerness and excitement, for she recognized the white-bearded, handsome old face at once from the many-colored portraits she had seen. It was Father Christmas himself! Eva never knew what impelled her to do it, but when she got close to him, she simply threw her arms about his neck and kissed him.
"Bless my soul!"
exclaimed Father Christmas, starting, and catching her up, he seated her on his knee. He recognized her at once.
"How you've grown since last year, Eva!"
And he looked at her with beaming eyes.
"I suppose you know you're trespassing, and the penalty is 40 crackers or a kiss."
And he chuckled and laughed so merrily that she felt quite comfortable, finding trespassing a very pleasant occupation, and wasn't a bit alarmed at the penalty.
"And what brings me this honor?"
he continued. "Good evening, Father Christmas," spoke up Eva quite boldly. "I'm afraid I disturbed you."
"Oh, yes, you've disturbed me all right,"
he replied briskly.
"but I was only resting a little after my labors, before going on my rounds tonight."
"What labors?"
"Toys. Toys and sweets. I've been making toys and things all the year through, and have only just got them finished in time. I love making crackers, too. I spend all my evenings writing mottos for them."
"I found your invitation, Mr. Christmas."
"Bless me! Did you now? Ah!"
He stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment, and remained silent. Eva looked about her in amazement.
"Those are all secrets,"
he observed after a time. Father Christmas included with a sweep of the arm the toys which were everywhere about, hanging from the ceiling, lying about on the tables and sofas, standing as ornaments on the mantelpiece, filling the shelves of the bookcases, peeping from behind the glass cabinet, toys wherever one looked. He arose and, taking her by the hand, led her round to enjoy the pretty sight, and paying no attention whatever to the sullen little girl in the corner, he asked Eva if she would like to see around his domain. "Oh, yes, yes!" she cried. She quite appreciated the special honor that was being done her.
"They'll be coming in here soon to pack,"
he added.
"I'm going to leave all these secrets myself at their destinations."
There was a tremendous bustle going on at the rear of the premises, where a whole army of packers, carriers, postmen, and porters were hurrying about, letting down toys from the loft, packing them, labeling them to places far and wide, loading them on huge vans which came rumbling in and out of the courtyard with cracking of whips and parting shouts of "Good luck!" Superintending the arrangements, walking to and fro, was the very ancient man. He was so alert and always on the spot where wanted, yet Eva was thinking his age must at least be 200, when Father Christmas said kindly,
"My dear, this is my father. He is known as Father Time, and you have known him without having really met him face to face before."
"I didn't recognize him, and I didn't know he was your father, sir," she whispered.
"Why, yes. Don't you know that my full name is Christmas Time?"
"Of course it is!" she exclaimed with a laugh. The next visit was through a covered way to the printing works, where the mottos and directions for toys and Father Christmas's visiting cards were printed. These cards were all different in design, and each was a beautiful picture stamped with his name and his own motto, Peace and Goodwill. Behind was the sweet factory, with its tempting packets and muslin stockings of all sizes, full of sugar plums. But as Father Time appeared, Father Christmas whispered that he feared they must not linger, and led the way up a spiral staircase in order to enable Eva to have a peep into the toy loft, where men were letting the toys down into the busy yard below. How she would have loved to stay longer in each delightful place, but without a murmur she followed her guide below and back to the oak-paneled room. It looked so bare and different without the toys, much like any ordinary room.
"And now, my dear,"
he said,
"you must excuse me for a short time, as I must go upstairs and get ready."
"Please, ought I to be going?" she asked politely.
"No, no, not yet."
And he went away up the grand staircase to his bedroom. There he took from the drawer his scarlet fur-lined cloak and hood, with wide swansdown trimming, which had been put away in lavender, chose his thickest top boots, and humming a song, proceeded to array himself for the long, cold journey in store for him that night. Meanwhile, the moment he left his little visitor downstairs, the strange-looking child approached her. "What's your name?" asked Eva pleasantly. "Eva," came the surly reply. "Why, that's my name!" "Of course. I know you. I know you through and through, good and bad, and I wish I didn't." "You're a horrid storyteller," said Eva angrily. "Supposing I am. It's easier to tell stories than to tell the truth. Saves a lot of trouble. Besides, it's nice. You know that as well as I do." Eva would have liked to deny it, only she felt too scornful. "Saves trouble?" she said to herself. "Makes trouble." But she flushed as she remembered she had once thought that too, but for only a moment, and she was ashamed of it now. She was ruffled and uncomfortable at the proximity of this horrid girl, who now said slyly, "Look over there in that cupboard. There's a doll that has been forgotten. I want it, and I'm going to take it and hide it under my pinafore." "You mayn't! You mustn't!" cried Eva. "It would be stealing." "I don't care. Father Christmas won't know." "Yes, he will. I shall tell him. Then I'll say it was given to me." "You horrid girl! You dreadful storyteller!" "Don't be silly. What does it matter, telling stories and stealing, so long as you're not found out?" "It's just as bad if you're not found out. But you are bound to be found out," cried Eva in horror and disgust as she saw her approach the coveted treasure. "I tell you, wicked people are always found out. They never escape unpunished." "I want it, and I'm going to have it." "You mustn't! Come away! You shan't!" shouted Eva, running after her, and she seized her by both wrists. "Come away! Oh, do come away!" "You fool! Leave me alone! Get away!" And with a scoffing laugh, the girl shook herself free, sprang on a sofa, opened the cupboard, and stretched out her hand. Without a word, Eva threw herself upon her, slammed to the glass door, and in the struggle they fell together on the floor. There was a crash of broken glass, and through the noise Eva heard the voice of her opponent saying faintly, "Let me go! You have won!" When she got up, carefully shaking the bits of glass from her frock, and looked around, the horrid little girl had disappeared. The next moment her host stood in the doorway with a curious smile on his face.
"I'm going now,"
he said.
"Will you come?"
"Oh, please, Father Christmas!" exclaimed Eva ruefully, as she looked at the glass on the floor. "Do wait! I want to explain something.
"I can't keep my father waiting,"
he answered gently. She followed him to the front door. There in the frosty night a beautiful sledge was in waiting, hung with baskets and sacks overflowing with toys and sweets. Father Christmas took his seat and beckoned to Eva. To her joy, he lifted her onto his lap and wrapped his great coat about her. Father Time, who was on the box, shook the reins, and the two reindeer, impatient to be off, sped rapidly away among the jangling of bells, carrying the travelers over the bridge, through the park, past holly and fir trees, all powdered with glistening frost, out over the country into the bright, crisp night. Moonlight. There was Eva with Father Christmas, all snug amongst his soft furs on his rounds. "Why do you take some toys yourself," she asked, "and send others away in the great carts?"
Those in the carts are for my export and wholesale trade shops, and so on. These I take are for my special favorites. You're on my list, my dear, you know.
Eva's heart was full of tenderness and pride, but tears were in her eyes as she said, peering appealingly into his kind face, "May I whisper something?" He bent his head, and she whispered.
"Bless my soul!"
was all Father Christmas replied, but he looked very pleased and jolly. "And I should like to pay for it," continued Eva. "I've got 5 shillings all but 3 farthings."
Never mind about that, my dear.
"But I'm sure I ought," she replied dubiously. "Dear Father Christmas, you are always doing kindnesses. Could you tell me how to do something like giving a cot to a hospital, or a free library or something? That's what I really came to ask you about, only I forgot it until now. I'm so often in trouble, and I've so often tried to do some good, but it doesn't come off somehow," and she sighed.
What you ask me is a secret,
he answered.
Some people are quick to find it out for themselves. Some people never find it out. But I will tell it to you, dear, because I know that by tomorrow you will be on the high road to guessing it. It is this: you need not give things. You needn't try to be good. Try only not to be troublesome. If you are sweet and gentle and kind, you give happiness. Not only do you give it, but you can then only find happiness yourself.
Somehow it didn't sound a bit like a sermon. It was more like being told the delightfully easy answer to a difficult sum. Eva nestled closer to her dear old friend as she listened. It was all so peaceful, reassuring, and soothing. The moon was shining down on the sledge and its strange occupants, and Eva was just going to ask if he could tell her who the other little girl was, and all about her, when she felt her arms were being disengaged from where they clung about him, and she found herself gently deposited on firm ground and alone. The Honorable Dot barked with delight because it was Christmas Eve, and it was going with its little mistress to dine downstairs. And very joyful and succulent the event proved to be. Not long after, when it was fast asleep in its basket, Eva was sitting up in bed waiting anxiously to receive the visit of her recent host. Father Christmas had done her so much good, and she wanted to tell him so, as she had no opportunity of doing before. She was dropping asleep in that attitude when she heard a slight noise. Immediately she started up, and clutching tightly at a rapidly retreating figure, she laughed aloud to find she had succeeded in catching Father Christmas, who, mildly yielding to her entreaties, sat down by her side.
I have wakened you,
he said regretfully. "Oh, no, I was waiting for you." And she told him about the happy time she had spent with him, and thanked him nicely. "What a dreadful little girl that other Eva was," she concluded. "Who was she?"
Ah,
said Father Christmas very quickly.
She is what you might be were you to give way to bad feelings. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, my dear.
And without explaining further, he kissed her and rapidly withdrew on his business. Daylight. Outside the uncurtained window the sun was shining. Snow had been falling softly and was piled high on the sill, and over the hushed landscape from the far distance the Christmas bells were ringing. Eva joyfully hugged a large doll which she had found asleep on her pillow. It was only later, when she thought over past events in detail, that it appeared to her, though she had not paid attention to it at the time, that Father Christmas seemed ill at ease when he was her visitor. Perhaps it was because he was in a hurry. Somehow he was different from the stout, merry-faced old gentleman she had been to see. He had strangely shrunk to nearly as thin as her own father, and as pale comparatively, which she thought very odd. And when she looked up into that wonderful and mysterious old chimney again, she saw that it was all dark and black and as uninviting as any ordinary dirty old chimney, so that it was quite hopeless for her to ever venture up it again to find old Father Christmas at home. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. A Birthday Story. If it had not been Maisie's birthday, this story could never have been written. But the day had come for her to be 5 years old, and, like every child of that age, she could no more help having a 5th birthday than she could imagine having it without a party. At present, she was unconscious of all the delights in store because it was only just dawn, and her curls were still tumbling about her flushed face on the pillow, and her eyes were still fast closed in sleep. But in a small bed quite close to hers, there was a little girl who was very wide awake indeed, as she leant over, with neck outstretched, gazing eagerly at all the beautiful things so temptingly displayed on a table at the foot of Maisie's cot. Presents from everyone in the house, Hilda's box of beads bought with her own money, a long-promised storybook, resplendent in bright blue and brilliant in gold, some new furniture for the doll's house, and a something that glittered strangely. Hilda nearly toppled over in her curiosity to see it. She found it to be a big red cracker with a funny colored portrait of a smirking crocodile stuck on the outside. What lovely things, she thought, and all from Maisie. In 2 months' time, Hilda was going to celebrate her birthday and be 8 years old and have a fuss made over her. But 2 whole months seemed such a long way off, such a very long time to wait. Into her dark eyes there came a strange look of envy and longing, and her handsome face was with the resolute expression, contrasted strangely with her sister's, as she turned anxiously towards the fair little sleeper. Holding her breath, Hilda crept slowly down onto the floor, stealthily approached the table, and seized the beautiful cracker. Surely that would not be missed, she reflected. Just then Maisie stirred uneasily, which brought a flush of shame to the elder girl's cheeks. But, hearing nothing further, Hilda jumped onto bed and pushed the cracker under her own pillow. The crackling of the paper woke Maisie, who sat up, and, in the middle of a big yawn, espied the table, and remembered the great event. "Oh, Hilda," she exclaimed, "just look." She was too excited as she handled her treasures to notice that Hilda never stirred, that she only answered shortly, "Yes, I know," and didn't even volunteer to say whom the beads came from. During the whole morning, Maisie's excitement continued. She hopped about everywhere, watching the arrangements for the afternoon party and chattering about who were coming, so much so that, do what she would, Hilda could obtain no opportunity for being alone, so that she might satisfy her burning curiosity as to what was inside the cracker. She had dropped it behind the toy box in the nursery, and there it lay, whilst all the time Maisie could not understand what made her sister so restless and impatient. Immediately after lunch, however, Hilda was able to satisfy her longing at last. She picked up the cracker and hurriedly opened it. What first came to light was a big sweet wrapped in a printed motto: "Always do what is right, and you will be happy." She read it with a pang of mental shame, which was quickly followed by one of physical discomfort, for she had popped the sweet into her mouth, and now would as quickly have popped it out again, only it was too late, as she had already swallowed the horrid thing, which was filled with a liquid that tasted of bad scent. Making a wry face, she rolled up the offending motto into a tiny ball and threw it into the empty grate. Still, it was soothing to find in the cracker a neatly rolled up packet of pink and green paper, which evidently formed something amusing, a bonnet, a cap, or perhaps an apron. At the same time she drew forth the cracking thing, which she loved to pull and hear it again crack, but she always did so at arm's length with her head turned away, and she was too frightened to pull it all by herself. Their nurse's voice was heard calling Maisie to come up and be dressed. Hilda, with a guilty conscience-stricken look, had barely time to throw the useless cracking thing out of the open window and to hide the rest of the cracker in the first thing at hand, which happened to be the doll's house, when they both entered, laughing, and carried her off to be curled and beribboned for the party. "I've seen my birthday cake, Hilda," cried Maisie, capering about. "It's booful." But Hilda still tasted that nauseous liqueur from the sweet, and couldn't enter into any pleasing ideas of cake. Ready? First, she ran into the nursery, curious as ever as to the pink and green paper bundle, took it out, unfolded it, and found that it would have formed a crown, only it didn't join together. She had torn it in her hurry. She stamped her foot with vexation, and was wondering if she could stick the two ends together when that tiresome Maisie came running in from the next room with one of her new bronze shoes on to show how beautiful it looked. Quick as lightning, Hilda had to hide her secret again. "What are you doing with the doll's house?" "Look at my new shoe!" exclaimed Maisie, all in a breath. And Hilda made a great fuss over the new shoe and felt horridly out of temper. Punctually, on the stroke of 3, the first of the birthday party began to arrive. 2 little girl cousins, who at once begged to be allowed to see if there was anything new in the doll's house. Hilda's heart sank at these words, and she tried to draw their attention away, but to no avail, for Maisie, moving towards it, said they must see the new treasure there. With difficulty and something like a scuffle, Hilda grown desperate, preventing her from opening it, and managed to do so herself, quickly stuffing the bunch of paper into her pocket without being noticed. Much admiration was bestowed on the new addition. A little motor car, which had been conveniently placed in the kitchen of the doll's house, ready to take out for an airing the little China lady and gentleman who sat so rigidly and smiled so vacantly in the story above. Meanwhile, Hilda was inwardly owning to a feeling akin to dislike for the very thought of that cracker, for the paper was bulging out her pocket. Flattened it as she would, she was not happy, for never before had she done anything underhand. In fact, she always tried to be an example for her young sister, and she already regretted having given way to the momentary impulse of envy. However, there was no time now for thoughts or remorse, and when she reached the drawing-room, she forgot all about her trouble in helping to receive the guests. 8 little girls were grouped in one corner of the room, whispering, with eyes busily engaged, staring at one another's sashes, whilst 8 little boys had flocked together and were looking sheepishly from out of an opposite corner. One boy, however, who had been gazing long at Hilda, with heroic resolution, detached himself from his kind and entered the rival camp, where he was welcomed with pleasure and interest. He was a young Highlander, with sandy hair and many freckles, but his attraction was great, for he wore his native costume. The jeweled hilt of a dagger showed above one plaid stocking, and on his shoulder he wore a fascinating brooch with a large brown stone, which was the envy and admiration of all the little ladies present. Suddenly the guests were all swooped upon by a big lady, Maisie's mother, mixed up and disentangled into couples. A piano was set going, and they danced, hopped, and twirled about. Wondering if they liked it, the girls thought they did, and the boys were sure they didn't. All except the Scotch boy, who had constituted himself Hilda's devoted partner, and was enjoying it immensely. The polka finished, these two sat chatting merrily at the window, when all at once Hilda became silent. She happened to catch sight of something sticking out of the ivy on the sill. It was the cracking thing, which she had thrown from the window above. Her partner was surprised to see her look as though she were going to cry. She didn't dare do that. Just then tea was announced. Weighty recollection of warnings from home counselors came to the minds of the children, which warnings, however, conveniently faded away at sight of the good things set forth so temptingly in the dining room, custards, jellies, and all those concoctions beloved of the youthful interior. But the chief interest centered in Maisie's gorgeous cake, which had her name and age flowingly written in colored sugar, surrounded by the most realistic and sweetest of red roses imaginable nestling in the coolest-looking golden leaves. Hilda sat by the side of her Scotch cavalier, who had taken her in, and who was much concerned when he found that she had no appetite, but less distressed when he found that that fact did not affect his. Once during the meal, Hilda heard their mother ask Maisie, as she helped her cut the birthday cake, what was in her cracker, and Maisie replied as she looked up from her struggles, "What cracker?" But then, in her anxiety to know why Hilda refused to taste any of her cake till the morrow, she did not pursue the subject. After tea, more excitement. From there was Mr. Punch and his company, who were in excellent form. "Oi, oi, oi," repeated the gentleman for the dozenth time, as he bobbed about aimlessly, in his anxiety to hit the clown and take the patient Toby between his jointless arms. Later on, the eyelids of the party children began to grow heavy, though their eyes remained unnaturally bright, and tempers became less even and more natural. And so, like everything else, the birthday party came to an end, and goodbyes were said with regret. That night, cots and beds were not despied, nor did they prove unwelcome for once, for little tired heads were rested gratefully on cool pillows. Maisie was an exception. She tossed about on hers, too happy and excited to get to sleep, whilst Hilda, worn out, lay on her back with her mouth wide open, breathing heavily and dreaming. Hilda dreamt that she was alone in a boat on a ruffled lake. On a white flag, in the prow was a motto printed large but upside down. She dreamt that all around the frail craft, which rocked on the stormy waters, were grinning crocodiles wearing broken crowns made of pink coral and green fluttering paper. She crouched low and tried to hide, for she knew that if the horrid creatures found her out, she was lost forever. Land was quite close, but she didn't know how to get there, because her frock was made of red crackling stuff which glistened and made a noise whenever she moved. She felt sick with fright, and sobbed and moaned at her terrible plight, and sobbing, she woke to find that it was quite dark, that the moon was shining on Maisie smiling in her sleep, and that she herself had been dreaming. At breakfast next morning, Maisie and her mother were already seated when Hilda silently took her place next to her chattering little sister. But it seemed to her that their mother looked unusually grave. When Hilda lifted the cover off her bread and milk bowl, Maisie suddenly looked in it and exclaimed, Oh, how pretty! But Hilda turned very red, and she hung her head ashamed, for in the bowl there was no bread and milk, nothing but a crumpled red glazed paper with a hateful picture of a smiling crocodile, something pink and green, a tiny paper ball of printed paper, and a stiff thing sticking up. Easily guessed at, but now blurred and indistinct to Hilda's tearful view. "Oh, Maisie," she sobbed, "it was your cracker. I I took it from your table. Do forgive me. I've been so very miserable." And their mother, rising gently and saying nothing, quickly took the proofs of wrongdoing away, whilst Hilda felt Maisie's arm creep round her neck and Maisie's kisses on her wet cheek. And in her repentance, her fault was forgiven. 2 months later, Hilda found amongst the presents on her birthday table a lovely cracker made of silver paper with a little heart of real gold attached with a blue ribbon on the outside. And then Hilda ran and whispered eagerly in her mother's ear, who looked very pleased and kissed her. And Maisie was surprised and happy too, for Hilda put in her hand the lovely cracker with its little heart of gold for her very own to keep. End of session 7.
Section number 8 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Little Starry. "I should like to go shooting and see what the earth is like," sighed a young star. But the evening star knew that meant many dangers, for down there life was not so happy or serene as up in their lofty sphere. And she knew, too, that he would go his own way as youth always does, and she felt sorry, for she did not like to part with this bright little star. And so he went. That fine crisp night the tiny star was seen to shoot right down to earth, and the light of his presence was no longer there. A hard frost was on the ground. The shops were shut, for it was Boxing Day. Those who were not on enjoyment bent were snugly quartered by their own fireside, with the firm conviction that nothing would tempt them away. Some, however, had business to attend to in spite of its being a holiday, and old Joshua was one of these. He was known as old Joshua because his hair had turned prematurely white as the rime which had gathered on his shabby hat as he hurried along the murky, dimly lighted street which led to the great theatre. The wind had entered so unceremoniously that his thin coat was biting cold. The violin he carried was more carefully muffled up than he. 1, 2, 3, he counted, as a neighboring clock began chiming. 4, 5, 6. He quickened his pace. He had to be in his place in the orchestra in extra good time, as it was the first night of the new pantomime. And before that he had some one coming to meet him at the back entrance. "I shall be there all in good time," he muttered. "By Jupiter," he explained, as he tripped and nearly fell over something that was lying straight in his path. Only when he stooped down did he discover that on the pavement lay a small child, all cold to the touch, with fair curls dishevelled, and eyes wide open that seemed to see nothing. Old Joshua's heart filled with pity and indignation. "What a shame," he muttered, "to abandon such a treasure as this, and no one about who can help me." He looked anxiously around. No one was in sight, so he hurriedly went in search of a policeman. When he had succeeded in finding one, and two reached the spot together, a crowd had collected and was gazing wonderingly at the tiny phosphorate form. "Stand back there," commanded the man of law. The clock chimed the quarter hour. Old Joshua felt the cold no more. He was in a nervous heat at the delay. Nevertheless, he waited till a cab was hailed. Then the policeman tenderly lifted the helpless little creature into it, and the driver wrapped his rug around it. To the Orspital, directed the policeman, stepping aside, and the vehicle was driven smartly away. The crowd dispersed, and with it old Joshua as quickly as he could hurry through the throng. At the stage door he found his little Stella awaiting him with sparkling eyes in anticipation of her annual treat. "Daddy, you're late," she said, holding up a finger in mock gravity, then she clapped her hands with delight at his arrival. Old Joshua would not distress her with the cause of his delay, so he only stooped and kissed her. "Give me your hand, old lady," he said, "and come along quickly. Through this door, that's right. Up you go. Don't step on my poor toes or push against me when we turn the corner more than you can help, or old Daddy Joshua and his fiddle might be a little out of tune." And laughing as they went, they climbed right up to the top back row of the vast empty theater. There a smiling attendant welcomed her as quite an old little friend, and when he had seen his daughter raised up on a seat by means of a big hassock, old Joshua, with a nod of thanks, hastened below to join his comrades of the orchestra and help create the squeaky din which they called tuning up. At last the lights were turned up. An eager troop of pleasure-seekers tumbled into the gallery in a rush, and while Stella was looking around her, every available seat was quickly occupied. The other parts of the house were filling rapidly in more dignified style, and soon every place was tented in honor of the great Christmas pantomime. The large orchestra struck up, and when the overture was over, the gorgeously painted curtain slowly rose. Stella, perched up aloft, forgot where she was, and everything else in the world went straight out of her head as she gazed with rapture at the lovely scene that was peopled with fairies and goblins and wonderful beings disported themselves in a land that was all glitter and gold. And so the hours flew by in a wonder of loveliness, fairy story, and fun. "Ave a bit o' orange, dearie?" asked the stout woman who was sitting next to her, but Stella was too engrossed to think about oranges or neighbors, nor even did she feel the light nudge that followed. The woman merely turned to her husband, smiled, and held her peace, while Stella threw back her head and shook with laughter, as the crown tickled Pantaloon with a poker that looked extremely red-hot. She wasn't a bit tired, and quite surprised to hear "God Save the King," and to find the whole beautiful show was already over like a dream. It had seemed to her as though it must go on forever. Flushed and excited, and a good deal jostled by the moving crowd, she made her way to the staircase in order to meet the motherly attendant on the next landing, who had promised to take her to her father at the stage door. Stella was walking down carefully step by step, when two young men came roughly tearing past her. A sudden push threw her off her balance. She knew she screamed because she heard it. Then she knew and heard nothing more. Great fun was going forward in the biggest ward in the children's hospital. Father Christmas had suddenly appeared amidst much cheering and clapping of hands. Not only were the little inmates, the nurses, and young doctors beaming with smiles, but Father Christmas himself felt the glow of jollity as he busily handed the toys he carried to his two attendant clowns. These nimble, funny fellows ran from him to the cots, backwards and forwards, giving such beautiful toys, and saying such funny things as they gave them, that every child was soon laughing and happy, even those with a bandaged head or limb, or a pain inside or outside, and the unwonted excitement brought a flush to their pale cheeks and brightness to their eyes. But none of the jollification was seen by the new little inmate of the cot that was in the far corner. A tiny blind boy lay there, with pretty fair curls and large dark eyes that he turned pathetically around. He had not spoken at all. Earlier in the evening he had shivered much and groaned. Now he lay peacefully smiling, for his small hands held a musical box that Father Christmas himself had placed there, and set working, and the tinkle-tinkle of a pretty tune seemed to please and soothe him. When the Christmas visitors had gone away, and the dolls had been hushed to sleep by their new mothers, and the woolly animals lay hugged tightly in the arms of drowsy owners, a little girl in a swoon from an accident was carried into the ward. The sprained ankle had been dressed. Quietly and quickly she was put to bed, and consciousness soon returned. "Where am I?" said Stella, staring around her. "You fell down, dear," replied Nurse Evelyn, "and we are taking care of you until you are fetched home. You'll soon be all right again. Does your ankle hurt much? Don't move it." "It feels funny," replied Stella, "but doesn't hurt now it is still. Thank you very much," she added, staring about her in amazement at the strange faces, the holly and the strange surroundings, and the nurses in their pretty costumes, with their white caps and aprons, and at the sleeping children clutching their toys. In the cot next to hers, however, the little fair-haired boy looked awake. His eyes, in their aimless wandering, were now fixed on the high window through which the stars were twinkling at him, and the evening star looked fixedly down upon him. His hands lay listlessly on the polished wooden box. The music had changed, and in his ear it sang of angels ever bright and fair. Stella, who was watching him with so much interest, asked who he was. "He is a little foundling," said Nurse Evelyn. "He was abandoned in the cold streets." Stella turned her head on the pillow towards him again, and asked timidly, "Are you better?" "Talk to him tomorrow, dear," advised Nurse Evelyn. As she gazed at him, Stella thought she had never seen so beautiful a child. She stretched out her arm and took his tiny palm in hers. Then he turned his face toward her and smiled, constantly and trustingly, leaving his hand in hers. And thus, with love and pity in her heart, she fell fast asleep. And in the night she saw a wonderful thing, a moonbeam that seemed to come down into the room. The small hand in hers unloosed itself, and the boy arose looking gloriously beautiful. His eyes were shining, and he could see the bright light, and he began climbing up the beam so easily that it looked like gliding, so happily now that he could see his way and whither it was leading him. The next morning Stella's first thought was of the lovely vision, and of her little companion. She turned over and looked with surprise. The cot in the corner was empty, so very empty and tidy, with its smooth, fresh sheets. "Oh, where's he gone?" she exclaimed. Nurse hurried to her side. "Who, dear?" "There, from the empty cot." Nurse looked sweet and grave. "He has gone where he came from, dear." "And where did he come from?" asked Stella, with a curious sense of loneliness. "Where all children come from." Of course Stella knew that all children are heaven-born, and come from the stars. Why, her own name meant a star. And of course she also knew that everyone who was good some day went back again to heaven. "Oh," she cried in a hushed voice, "has he gone back there?" "Yes, dear," replied Nurse Evelyn gently. "Now don't think of him any more. Here's a pretty book with pictures." But Stella did think of him a great deal more. The little golden-haired boy occupied her thoughts more than anyone ever knew, and that night and many other nights, when she looked upwards at the vast sky, so mysterious and serene, with its millions of stars, she would wonder and ponder. And there was always one particular little star that she loved best, and when she looked upon it a sweetness would steal into her heart, and she would think of the gentle boy with the angel face, who had gone back to heaven, for she felt quite sure that he was there amongst them, and that he could see her, and that perhaps he loved her. And all to herself she called him Little Starry, and she remembered him always. End of section number 8.
Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Section 9. Cedric's Unaccountable Adventure. Part 1. Cedric was flying his kite in a flowery meadow close to his home in Cornwall. It was a favorite spot of his, for he was a boy who loved beautiful scenery, and from there he could get a glimpse of Land's End, with its great rocks around which the waves frothed and gamboled, broke and gurgled away. The day was gray and windy, just the sort of day for flying a kite. The kite was of the old-fashioned sort, with a tail of his own making, and as it soared away higher and higher, With the tail wriggling its great length like a happy eel on holiday, his head was full of pride and content. He kept on unwinding and unwinding the large ball of string until he began to wonder if his kite would still be in view by the time he had unwound it all. The wind was increasing in strength, when, to his astonishment, and apparently for no reason at all, the pull on his arm suddenly relaxed, and the kite all at once dropped quickly to the earth, tail first. Cedric darted forward to where it lay, some distance ahead. When he reached it, he flung himself alongside to examine it carefully. He could find no rent, no damage, nothing was wrong. There was nothing, apparently, to account for such peculiar behavior in his hitherto well-conducted kite. As he passed his hand over where it lay, he felt underneath it, entangled in the tail, something hard. He could see it glistening through. He quickly drew it forth and found in his hand a golden key. "Halloa! What's this?" exclaimed Cedric, as he knelt down and turned his discovery over and over. "A yellow key? However did it get there?" was his next thought. He continued to ask himself the riddle, but finding no answer, he gave it up, and carefully examined the key. There was no mark on it. It wouldn't even whistle when he tried it. "Someone must have lost it, I suppose." He went on and concluded, "Well, it's no use to me," and he threw it away. Seating himself on the grass, he soon became absorbed in getting his kite all trim again, and had temporarily secured the string to a bush, when his attention was attracted by the key, which lay and glistened, as if it knew it was glistening. Cedric didn't care to trouble with it, but instinctively he picked it up and said, "I wonder where this key belongs to." At that moment, his view of the Land's End became slowly obscured by a huge iron door, the lock of which was outlined with gold. He tried the key he held. It fitted. A turn. The heavy door was unlocked, and he put the key in his pocket. He turned the handle, pushed the door open just enough to squeeze through, and it swung to behind him. There had been a great commotion in Fairyland. The gnomes, who formed the opposition party, had turned disloyal and wanted a republic, whereupon the king, hurt in his dignity, insisted upon abdicating. In fact, he was tired of power, and glad of the excuse to resign. In spite of the prayers and entreaties of those who desired him to remain in office, he returned to the treasury the golden key, together with the crown and other royal jewels, and, to the concern of everyone who wasn't a gnome, went forth to play skittles, his sole interest and only hobby. Of all the regalia, the most precious object was the golden key, for whoever held it was made king of Fairyland by virtue of its possession, and it was ordained that it could only be parted with at the monarch's free will. It could be surrendered, it could not be withdrawn. So the old king deposited it in the treasury, leaving his people, the faithful and unfaithful alike, to fight out the matter as best they could. In doing so they fought their very best. The quarrel between the gnomes and the fairies waxed furious in their patriotic eagerness to get their own way. But while the blows were exchanged and relations were otherwise strained, and the monarchists, generally speaking, were highly annoyed, and the republicans were even more perturbed, the latter suddenly laid low and hatched an audacious plot. So daring was it that it made their grotesque and stunted little bodies tremble as they thought of it, and their gnarled feet shook in their shoes. The plot involved nothing less than the theft of the golden key. The symbol of royalty was to be taken to the mountain top and flung far away outside the boundaries of fairydom, and a republic proclaimed and acclaimed. A monarchy could no longer be possible. Meanwhile, the guileless fairies, reckoning nothing of this, and rejoicing in what they thought to be a discomfiture of their adversaries, chose the popular crown princess for the succession, and began with much pomp and circumstance the ceremony of investing her with the golden key. They had proceeded up to a certain point, when to their horror and amazement, on opening the treasure chamber to bear the symbol in solemn procession upon a velvet cushion, as law demanded, they discovered that the golden key was gone. Cedric suddenly guessed that he possessed the key to fairyland, for he found himself in a sun-bathed valley with clouds of rainbow hues in the azure sky above. In the distance he beheld a rippling lake of golden water, on the borders of which stood a palace made of gems gathered from the circling mountain which stood as sentinels around the valley. Down these mountains meandered little golden rills that fed the lake. Nothing stirred but gaily colored birds, which fluttered amongst the blossoming fruit trees and the rich and dainty flowers. All around the lake, as though from nowhere, sprang crowds of fairies, gnomes, pixies, and sprites. They were landing from the tiny flower-decked craft, forming processions, hurrying in and out of the palace, presenting to Cedric's astonished gaze a scene of wonderful animation and pretty bustle. Great preparations were apparently proceeding. After a time, they gathered together in waiting crowds, which stretched a long distance on either side of the approach to the shimmering edifice, and the words came to him with curious distinctness.
"Hail, Cedric, King of Fairyland!"
King of Fairyland?" stammered the boy in bewilderment.
"Am I king of Fairyland?"
"You're only making fun. I've only been flying my kite. I can't be king." "Of course your young majesty has got the key," remarked a funny little old man at his elbow. "Yes," replied Cedric, starting at the suddenness of the answer to his question, but vastly surprised and amused too at the quaint way in which he was addressed. "Very well, then. Of course we all know you must have found it, or you couldn't be here. I'd far rather you had it than I. Experience has taught me that much. Good morning, young gentlemen. May it bring you more pleasure than it brought me." And with a chuckle, the little old man bowed himself away. Cedric had no time to think, for a gorgeous equipage stopped just in front of him. The door flew open. The boy, guessing what was expected of him, quickly stepped inside, and wondering at this grandeur, the new King of Fairyland was borne swiftly through the serried ranks of his bowing subjects to the doors of his magnificent palace. Soldiers presented arms, a national air was played on lutes and harps, and Cedric passed through the gates, followed by as many of the populace as had tickets of admission to witness the most wonderful coronation you never saw. Part 2. In the throne room, on a throne of diamonds, Cedric sat in royal robes, and on his head was a golden crown, which had been taken as being about his size. From the dome of the crown palace, grouped near him, were aristocracy of Fairyland. Prominent among them, the crown princess and her great friend and neighbor, the Queen of Gossamerland, both young, both beautiful, and both unmarried. When the ceremony was over, and the shout,
"Hail, Cedric, King of Fairyland!"
echoed once more, the boy, prompted by the Lord High Chamberlain, rose and bowed his delighted acknowledgments, while the crowds outside cheered for all they were worth. He kept standing in order to receive the general homage, with the quiet confidence of one who had been used to that sort of thing every day of his life. Little did he guess that the populace of Fairyland, who were acclaiming him down to the tiniest sprite, were far from pleased to have a mortal on their throne, that the gnomes were plotting, with the fairies this time, to depose him, for the key had come back to their land, and was never likely to be stolen again. They had all put their heads together how to make Cedric part with it of his own free will, according to law, and they knew they had to accomplish their end by their wits, as no other means held good. It was their desire now to elect their ruler by putting the matter to the country to a vote, and thus please both parties. The gnomes, who had had time to consider it, were dumbfounded at their stupidity in having thrown the key into Mortal-land, and they regretted it when it was too late. A fair lady, wearing a tiny crown, stepped forward and curtsied low before her monarch. It was the crown princess. Cedric wanted to detain her, but it wasn't etiquette, and she smiled to herself as she swept past with her maids of honor. She was followed by her dark friend, who kissed Cedric's hand. Her face was more beautiful than any he had ever beheld. In obedience to his wish that she should speak to him, the little queen of Gossamerland smiled and said, "Sire, I have often heard of mortals, but never saw one before. It is said that some of them never dream of coming to our country, that others often do, but they never come really, you know. Your Majesty is the very first. Will you graciously tell me how it feels?" Cedric laughed, and coughed nervously, and replied that it felt very pleasant and comfortable. She turned her head as she withdrew and whispered anxiously, "Do not part with the golden key, as you value your throne." The words, and still more the impressive and forceful manner of the dazzling little queen, puzzled him. He determined, nevertheless, to follow advice so fatefully given, but he couldn't help pondering over it, and his face was graver as he bowed to the lords and ladies and high-born gnomes who had the honor of introduction. Escorted by the whole of the brilliant company, King Cedric left his palace in order, formally, to do some good deed, which was part of the ancient ceremonial. He was to open a new institution for fairies who had lost their arts and crafts and livelihoods too. When they arrived at the building, it was announced that the key which was to have been presented to him was not forthcoming. Consternation, real or assumed, Cedric didn't believe in it, followed on the strange declaration of those who were responsible for the carelessness. Amid profuse apologies, the High Lord Chamberlain begged the king that he would use the golden key, which, being a master key, could of course take the place of any other. Acting on the advice given him, and alive to the evident importance of retaining the key, which was also the key to his position, Cedric politely and graciously refused, at which there was considerable sensation. Arguments and persuasion were in vain, but at last he yielded to the entreaties of those needy fairies who badly wanted their institution. Himself he inserted the key, which was found to fit, as was to be expected, but when he wanted to withdraw it, it had stuck and was immovable. The lock had been carefully arranged that it should be so. Triumph and amusement were on every face except his. "I have been betrayed," muttered Cedric, and he wondered what on Fairyland he should do next. There was silence, a breathless interval, during which the boy never relaxed hold on his treasured position. "Cut away the lock," he commanded. At this order, the people murmured loudly, but soon fell into silence, for they were bound by their constitution to obey their monarch. In a few moments the golden key was again safe in Cedric's pocket, and mistrust was in his heart, as it has been in that of nearly every king who ever reigned. The coronation ceremony was over, and the company had dispersed, so Cedric found himself at liberty to saunter forth. He hadn't proceeded more than a few yards in the brilliant landscape when a rabbit, renowned for his white gloves, bounded up to him and humbly begged it might be His Majesty's pleasure to receive some famous members of the animal Fairyland who were anxious to render homage. Cedric replied royally with a dignified nod, and followed the creature as it led the way to a clearing in the forest close by. Here, explained the rabbit, the animals were allowed full liberty to say what they pleased, but beyond the boundaries they were only able to make strange noises, which their own families alone could understand. It was thus that the secrets of Fairyland were kept from the world outside. Upon a throne made from a cutting of the famous beanstalk grown for the original Jack King, Cedric seated himself, and awaited events. He hadn't long to wait, for a fox trotted up and bade him welcome to Animal Fairyland. Wonderfully tactful for his age, Cedric told the fox that he recognized him, having read about him in Grimm's Tales, and remarked, "You were so good, Mr. Fox, to the poor horse." At which the fox sniggered shyly and withdrew. This pleasing reminiscence gave unbounded satisfaction to the various animals that had quickly gathered around. Cedric's inquiry of the wolf as to his digestion after that little flirtation with Red Riding Hood's grandmother was also considered prodigiously appropriate, and was greeted with cordial appreciation. His quick recognition, too, of the three bears added greatly to his popularity, but he wasn't so happy in his remark to a stately swan who came up and bowed. "You're glad to have got rid of those ducks, I suppose," he observed. "And pray, sire, where did you hear about that? It's a chapter of my early history I hoped had never got about." "Oh, I have read all about the ugly duckling," replied Cedric, persuaded that the information would fill the swan with pride. "Why, you don't mean to say, do you? Do you tell me that?" screamed the swan furiously, almost choked with indignation, and it could not finish its sentences. Then, in a quieter, but still in an angry voice, it continued, "To think of it! Why, I plumed myself on its having been kept out of print, so that my family scandal has got around, after all." And in defiance of all etiquette, the swan turned tail and waddled off. "The audience is over," cried Cedric indignantly. Whereupon the deputation hastily withdrew.
"Guide, sire?"
inquired a gnome, suddenly presenting himself and going down on one knee.
"Guide to the fairy ring?"
"Yes, please." And he followed him to where a number of peacocks stood on guard with their tails magnificently spread.
"Have you a twopence?"
asked the guide anxiously. "I'm not sure," answered Cedric, fumbling in his pocket.
If not, I'm afraid you can't be let in, sire.
The gnome was looking afraid that the king might not fall, after all, into the little trap he was preparing. Not let me in? Can't I order myself through?
No paper allowed. You can only be let in by paying the entrance fee.
I never heard of a king paying 2 pence to go in anywhere, said Cedric, drawing himself up. He was not unreasonable, he felt, but he was a little hurt in his dignity as a sovereign.
I'm afraid your majesty can't go against the office of works.
Suppose I ordered the peacocks to be removed, said Cedric, growing hot at the undignified position of a monarch unable to produce the price of a bath bun. Suppose I ordered the necks to be wrung or something.
It would be deplorably irregular and excessively unconstitutional.
Cedric was taken at a disadvantage by the length of these words, but a lucky discovery relieved him. Here, I've got 4 halfpennies, but I call it mean that I, of all people, shouldn't be allowed in free.
It's simply to show the person is well off, and to keep the place select. It's the same for all. In the case of royalty, the amount is returned in cash at the end of the performance.
Cedric entered alone, and found the fairy ring far beyond anything he could have dreamed of. Thousands of little fairies, wearing cunning arrangements of petals from the fruit blossoms, had joined hands and were dancing round joyously, raising tiny clouds of yellow dust, which enveloped them as with a golden mist. As he came in sight, they burst into song, and maneuvering cleverly until he was in their midst, they showed what they could do in grace of movement and harmony of sound, till quite enchanted, he felt he could remain there forever. Go on, he shouted, clapping his hands with delight, for the little crew had come to a standstill. A pixie detached himself, and kneeling, begged his majesty to give him the golden key. What for? asked Cedric, surprised.
To wind up proceedings,
came the reply of the fairies, who had eagerly drawn near. Can't, said Cedric.
Do,
said the prettiest of the fairies in the chorus. Hardly knowing what he was about, so much did he want to see the entrancing dance all over again, he held out the key to the applicant. But noticing a peculiar gleam dart from the pixie's eyes, he quickly snatched it back again and replaced it in his pocket, and coming to himself, found that the peacocks were once more between him and the fairy ring, that 2 pence was in his hand, and there was no one at all about. Then he realized how narrow his escape had been. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Cedric knew that Shakespeare had written that, but he had never expected to learn the truth of it from experience. He lay on the grass and pondered what he had better do in the trying political situation. What's the use of being king of Fairyland if I have to be plotted against every hour of the day? Muttered Cedric disconsolately. No use at all. They were the soft tones of the little queen of Gossamerland. She sat down next to him and put her tiny hand on his arm. What's to be done, then? It's very simple, she rejoined. Give me the golden key. You'll be king no longer, but you'll have no responsibilities or anxieties. That won't be much fun for me, replied Cedric. Besides, what will you do with it? The right thing. I'll give it to the crown princess, the rightful heir. That will save the country a general election, and fairy tranquillity will reign once more. Why did you warn me not to part with it? And now you ask me for it. I wanted to get it myself as soon as you would give it up, so that I might deliver it to my dear friend, who will become a queen like me. Then she can choose her husband, and after being her bridesmaid, I suppose I shall be married too. Will you marry me? Asked Cedric bluntly. Why, you'd have to live on honey, replied the Gossamer Queen with a smile, half sweet, half malicious. Cedric turned it over in his mind, but not for long. Give me the key, she begged coaxingly. Yes, but, argued the boy, it's worth a lot, you know. I wouldn't so much mind swapping it, but... The Queen of Gossamerland, tired of wasting time, put out her hand so prettily, and pursed up her lips so sweetly and daintily, that he did give her the golden key, and she gave a kiss as a receipt. Then she said that the Office of Works would send for the crown, and flitted away. Cedric prepared to remove his crown, with a sigh to think that he had no longer any right to it. But first he ran to the stream that slowly floated by, and took a good look at himself. He smiled with pride. I must say, he remarked confidently to himself, I really do look every inch a king. But after all, I couldn't go to school with this on. The fellows would be sure to notice it. He started at the bare idea, and laid down the crown with a feeling of good riddance, as profound and grateful as ever King James II could have experienced. He felt no other pang than that of dignity too quickly swept away. He placed it on the grass, confident that the Gossamer Queen would send for it at once, and he began to think of his own return. Now to find that door, he exclaimed, and looked about him to ask the way. The golden lake, the glittering palace, the century of mountains, all were there, but no living being was in sight. Queer place, I call it, said Cedric to himself. No cake shops, only honey, and no policemen to tell the way. He wandered on in hope of coming sooner or later, somehow and somewhere, to the door. After a time, he met the funny little old man who had accosted him on his arrival. He was gazing hard at the boy, looking right through him as if he were not there. Will you kindly show me the door? Said Cedric eagerly. Turn you out, don't you mean? Asked the ex-king the first. I want to turn myself out if I can, replied Cedric. Already? Good morning, young gentleman. Ex-king the second. There's a pair of us. Please show me the door. When is the door not ajar? Asked the out-of-work sovereign. Don't ask me riddles. Show me the door, ordered Cedric in his best royal command manner, and looked so threatening that the little old man quickly pointed over his shoulder. Cedric walked off in that direction without a word, and to his joy he discovered the door just a little way in front of him. Thank goodness! He exclaimed, as he ran up to it, and then he suddenly realized that he no longer possessed the golden key with which to open it. How was he to escape? He turned and looked back at what was now an immeasurable distance. So very far away did it seem, and there was once more bustling activity about the palace. Another coronation ceremony
was beginning all over again. The boy flung himself against the door and banged and kicked at it with all his might. It was of no use. "Oh, the key, he cried. "If they would only spare it from their silly triumphing for a moment and let me out!" He put his eye to the keyhole, and with longing gaze he saw his kite on the spot he had left it, with its lazy tail gently stirred by the breeze. Once more he looked back, despairing of help. The same animated fairy scene met his gaze, all so indifferent to his helplessness. Grasping the handle of the door in his hand, he shook it in desperation. Then he remembered. He quietly turned the handle and walked out. The sea breeze blew freshly as Cedric freed his kite from the bush, and when he looked back, there was Land's End, just as he had seen it before. "And Fairyland's End, too," he muttered, for all trace of the iron door had disappeared after he passed through. He stared in astonishment and couldn't make it out, and the adventure remained a mystery all the days of his life. End of section 9. Chapter 10 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Rosella. "Rosella!" "Yes, Mother?" And a dark-eyed little girl looked down over the banisters into the hall. "I want you to get ready quickly and go to the moat house and persuade Grandfather to come back with you this afternoon, instead of waiting until the evening." "But if he invites me to tea with him?" "Don't stay, dearie. I want you back before dusk, and it gets dark so soon now. You must help me to tie the crackers on the Christmas tree. It's still sunny, so make haste." In a few minutes the child was tripping downstairs, smart and cozy in her red coat, hat, and muff, with all the importance of her 9 years. "Go the shortest way, you know. Keep to the path across the moor," continued her mother, "or you might fall over bits of rock under the snow." "Do you know, Mother, I always wonder, when there's snow, where all the grass is and what's underneath. All killed by the freeze?" "Oh, no, the snow keeps everything nice and warm," replied her mother with a kiss. Davis, the portly butler, advanced and opened the front door. "Being above the snow doesn't keep me nice and warm, Mother," called back Rosella as she ran laughing down the steps into the icy north wind, which blew her dark hair out to its full length and heightened the warm color in her cheeks. "Make haste, and you'll be there in half an hour." Mrs. Silverton returned to her boudoir, and standing at the bow window, followed with loving eyes the graceful little red figure, until at a bend in the road it turned, gaily waved a farewell, and was lost to sight. When Rosella reached the moor, the high wind was against her, blowing her frock between her knees and making her eyes water. "This way will be very difficult and unpleasant," she thought to herself. "I'd far rather go round by the hill, and then too I could see if Grandfather has got the snow castle on the top finished and ready for tomorrow. I forgot about that when Mother said to go across the moor. I should so like to see it. I wonder if I might." She stood irresolute for a moment, then left the straight path and started running, in order to save time, in the other direction, thus making for the hill which she intended to climb. The sun became obscured, and what was worse,
Down from the leaden yellow sky, tiny snowflakes began to flutter as though in play, rapidly increasing in size and volume until, as if by magic, Rosella found herself enveloped in a binding snowstorm that obscured the landscape and decided her to return home. But returning home was not so easy as turning herself round, and she soon had the growing conviction that no matter which way she turned, she was lost, utterly lost, for all that she could see was that she no longer seemed to be dressed in red, but was thickly coated in white. Twice she tripped over the uneven ground, but she stumbled along hopefully and bravely, and even tried to sing. Only the snowflakes got into her mouth and made her shut it up tight. Rosella had no idea where she was, and she felt very tired. How she wished now she had gone straight forward. There would have been no difficulty about that. By good luck, she came close up to a large piece of overhanging rock. She did not remember ever seeing it before, so she was more than ever confused as to the whereabouts of the hill or of anything, but it was good for shelter. She placed her muff in a niche above her head and sat down to rest a while and consider what she had best do. The wind howled around her, only partially sheltered retreat, and myriads of snowflakes, drifting in, fell softly about her, creeping closer and closer, covering her boots, lying thickly on her frock, on her shoulders, drifting too into her eyes, and making them blink, and powdering her hair with white, and she felt too cold to think, too cold to move. After a while, Rosella exclaimed, "This won't do. I must try to get up from here. It's such a dreadfully cold place." And she determined to try and go on, if only to keep herself warm. So she shook herself, took down her muff, and went forth. It was snowing as much as ever, but Rosella found that the ground was no longer flat. She was on the hillside, and as she climbed she wondered anxiously how she should know which side to come down once she was at the top in order to find the moat house. Then she smiled as it occurred to her how much she must now look like the tiny red-hooded toy figure in the glass paperweight at home, which showed itself enveloped in a miniature snowstorm when it was shaken. She plodded on higher and higher. The weather was clearing when Rosella stood on the summit of the hill, and she was lost in admiration as she gazed at the largest, grandest snow castle she could never have imagined. Before it, too, stood a snowman, splendidly portioned and set up. To her intense astonishment, as she timidly approached, he bowed politely. Rosella curtsied instinctively, then laughed as she went round to see where he had broken. But he wasn't broken at all, for he turned too, faced her, and said, "I need hardly introduce myself, Rosella. I presume you recognize King Frost when you meet him in any guise. You wished to see my castle, and gave yourself a polite invitation. You are welcome." She was so taken aback with the suddenness of all of this that she could find no words for reply, so she made another, much lower curtsy, which she knew to be correct in the presence of royalty. Then she took his proffered arm, and the tall white figure and the little white figure mounted on the white steps, went through the massive gateway, and proceeded down a long, narrow passage lighted with a ruddy glow from the high windows, which were glazed with something red, transparent, and glistening. It was much warmer here, and Rosella noticed that the snow had melted from her clothes, and that her companion also appeared to be dressed in red. His white face, with its white beard and white hair, wore quite a jovial air, and on top of it was set a crown of carved ice that reminded her of their chandelier in the drawing-room. He did the honors by offering her some snow broth, which she declined. Then she thought she ought to say something, so she remarked with a touch of family pride,
"I had no idea that grandfather had built such a fine place as this."
"I think the credit is entirely mine," protested her companion, with an amused chuckle. "I provide the material, you see, or there would have been no fine place at all. See my point?"
"Yes, your Majesty,"
she assented, for she knew it wasn't polite to argue, especially with a royal personage. "This way!" he exclaimed, and led her down another passage on the right, and halted to push open a swing door of ice a little way, and genially patted her on the cheek, which was kindly meant, no doubt, but his touch nipped her with cold, so that she shivered. "I shall be on guard outside. If you want me, call me." Almost as soon as she heard the words, the heavy door swung behind her, and she found herself alone in a great white glistening hall, with high arches open to the air. Evidently it was scarcely snowing now, for only little isolated flakes came fluttering in. But in their falling they changed into little shadowy girls, and boys in white, who danced playfully around her, and their cold white draperies swept lightly about her face, reminding her of the blinding snowstorm she had passed through, but she only wanted to get away to her grandfather now. Rosella sheltered her face with her muff and ran the gauntlet of the persistent little snowflakes. In a corner she espied a spiral staircase, which seemed to leap up into one of the battlemented towers she had noticed outside, and she imagined it a way of escape. So up she ran. The steps were very slippery, but she got to the top, where, through a narrow loophole, she saw King Frost down below, standing there just as she first saw him when she thought him only a snowman. More anxious than ever to know how to get to her grandfather, she called out,
"Your Majesty!"
and she repeated loudly the two words over and over again, for he either would not or could not hear her. And what was very curious, there was an echo which called back,
"Rosella! Rosella!"
in the same anxious tone. Talking was clearly of no use. She must do something, so she tried to squeeze her muff through the aperture in order to drop it on his head and attract his attention. But it would not go through. It stuck there and closed out her view. Try as she would, she could not release it, and with a gulp in her throat, she realized she would have to leave it. Her hands grew terribly cold without it, and it was too draughty to remain here. From the landing on which she stood, steps led up higher, so she proceeded to explore, and found herself in an octagonal turret chamber.
"I suppose it serves me right, and I am lost, and there's no one to help me,"
sighed Rosella.
"Oh, yes, there is." "Whose voice is that?"
she asked. She could see no one, but at the same moment a sunbeam pierced through an aperture, pointed straight at what appeared to be a lift behind a slender column, and then faded away. It was a lift made of ice and snow, as was everything else in the castle. Rosella entered it and took a seat. The lift at once began gently and slowly to go down, down, first into the foundations of the castle, and then into the interior of the hill, right down under the snow, till it stopped in a grotto lined with cobwebs and suffused with a mysterious green light. There was a soft singing sound, as though made by the wind. In front was a frozen lake, and the ice of it was green from the same strange light.
I must try and find my way to grandfather, said Rosella vaguely as she wandered about the grotto, looking about her for a way out.
Mrs. Silverton kept glancing anxiously at the clock and at the snowstorm. Davis entered. "Madam," said he, with an unusually solemn face, "Mr. Silverton has telephoned again from the Moat House that Miss Rosella hasn't arrived."
"Then she must have lost her way," exclaimed her mother, now thoroughly alarmed, "though I don't see how she could, keeping straight across the moor to the Moat House gate at the end of the path. We must set out, Davis, and find her."
"Difficult this weather, madam, if our young lady is lost on the moor."
"Is it still so bad?"
"The storm's not so thick as it was. I'll go immediately. There's no time to be lost, to my thinking, madam."
"Yes, we'll go at once, Davis."
Mrs. Silverton, pale with anxiety, sent other messengers in various directions, and then started off herself. On the moor she met another search party headed by old Mr. Silverton and his faithful collie dog, and the moor rang out with anxious cries of "Rosella! Rosella!" uttered by whitened, shadowy figures that looked like phantoms in the falling snow.
"I must try and find my way to grandfather," repeated Rosella falteringly, realizing that she didn't know in the least how to proceed. She never had a notion that a snow castle was so intricate inside, with a hall, a lift, a grotto, and things. Indeed, she had always imagined, for no particular reason, that it had no inside at all. "But of course," she now argued, "if it has an outside, it must have an inside, or it wouldn't be an outside."
But it was much more startling when she looked up and found that she was by no means alone. The cobwebs were all inhabited not by ugly spiders, but by the weeest little baby fairies, with the weeest gossamer wings, swaying in their cobweb hammocks in all attitudes, fast asleep, soothed by the lullaby hummed by the wind.
"This must be where they are bred," cried Rosella in an ecstasy of admiration and delight. "This is Fairy Spring's nursery," explained a beautiful sprite, appearing suddenly at her elbow like a little bright sunbeam. "King Frost is the ground landlord, you know, and allows all her young things to sleep here and keep warm." "And who are you, please?" inquired the sprite's young visitor. "I am Love of Goodwill, and my father's name is Christmas." "I know you by name quite well, and I am so glad to see you. Perhaps you would kindly help me to find my way?" "If you keep going on to the right, when you see the snowdrop's mother, there you will find your landmark." "Oh, do please tell me more clearly. What did you say? Tell me where I—"
But Rosella was again alone in the green grotto with the sleeping baby fairies in their swaying hammocks and the soft music of the wind.
"Surely there can't be any grown-up snowdrops at Christmas. It's too early, and I shall be losing my way for weeks," continued Rosella. Nevertheless, she kept on turning to the right, through upward passages, first of rock, then of sand, in which were embedded deep growing roots, then of soil with its minerals, broken up leaves, and corpses of insects, which she didn't like at all, then through a passage lined with true red soil, where little grubs were lying fast asleep in their nests.
"You ugly, grubby little things," remarked Rosella as she passed them. "They are only lying low at present. They will be lovely painted ladies and visit the court of Fairy Spring," replied Love of Goodwill, hovering again at her side. "And look, there are the baby snowdrops, asleep in their earthly cots. They too will awake soon and get up. I helped their mother to get up, as she was in such a hurry to see the world. I'm afraid she will have got nipped by King Frost for her impatience. Farewell, I must go and see what is happening." Rosella followed the sunbeam, into which the sprite had vanished, and at once felt the keen air blowing on her face, and she knew she was above ground once more. Everything was all white again. She sat down on a piece of rock to rest, and noticed the sunbeam pointing straight at a little woe-begone snowdrop sticking up out of the snow before her, and to her joy the snowman was close by, calling, "Rosella! Rosella!" in the echo's anxious tone she had heard before. So he must have wanted her then, badly. "Yes, your Majesty," she murmured. He bent over her kindly. "There, little lady," he continued, "drink some of this now." And something cold yet stinging was poured gently down her throat. "Thank you, your Majesty. I did feel tired and queer, but your snow broth has made me all right." She said it quite gratefully. Then her eyes opened wide, and she cried in amazement, "Grandfather? Why, it's you! You were the snowman all the time. And look, there's my muff up there that I left in the wall." "But for that sticking up we might never have found our little treasure," replied old Mr. Silverton. He picked her up, and holding her aloft, showed her to her anxious mother, who came hurrying on the scene. "Don't shiver so, dearie," exclaimed Mrs. Silverton, passionately embracing the child as hot tears dripped on her daughter's face. "You must be perished with cold, but this nice sunshine which has come out now will do you good." "I didn't feel cold. It was quite nice and warm under the snow, as you said, Mother, and so wonderful." Davis carried her home in triumph at the head of the procession, and after precautionary remedies had been taken, Rosella sat cozily tucked up in the big armchair in front of the huge log fire, thinking over all she had seen. Of course, she confessed to her temptation to go astray, and was readily forgiven. Then, as Mr. Silverton insisted he had never in his life been any one else but himself, Rosella gaily recounted her meeting with the snowman at his snow castle. "And King Frost said, Grandfather," concluded Rosella, "that the credit of the castle was his for providing the snow and not yours." "Bless my soul!" cried old Mr. Silverton. "And he was right there, because I've had nothing to do with any snow castle or any snowman. There was some talk, but nothing came of it." "But I was King Frost's visitor there, don't you see?" insisted Rosella, smiling. "So I know that's only one of your jokes, Grandfather." He smiled too, and wiped his spectacles.
The next morning Rosella volunteered to fetch her grandfather and introduce him to King Frost. So the two climbed the hill, but no vestige of Snow Castle or snowman was there. "There you see," said her grandfather, laughing as he genially patted her on the cheek. How cold his hand felt! It nipped her with cold, so that she shivered. Yet the weather had changed and was more like a sunny day in spring than midwinter. She left old Mr. Silverton at his gate, and he assured her, with a kiss, that he wasn't a bit disappointed at the wonderful disappearance, but that it was all certainly a very remarkable affair indeed. Rosella thought so too. Then she turned and walked thoughtfully home. End of chapter 10.
Section 11 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. The Cuckoo That Lived in the Clock House. It was rather a ramshackle, badly built wooden house in which the cuckoo lived. Outside it looked smart enough, but inside repairs were badly needed. It had been handed down from father to son, and over the front door, which was at the top of the house, stood a beautifully carved statue of their ancestor, Sir Cuckoo-de-Cuckoo. The clock house was situated not far from the doll's house, backed by a flowery wall in a small department of nursery land ruled over by Robert and Lucy. Lucy was ground landlady of the clock house, and it was her daily privilege to wind up its affairs. No one ever knocked at the cuckoo's front door, because it had no number. There was a round dozen of numbers in the immediate neighborhood. The pendulum, whose tongue never ceased to wag once it was wound up, remarked that 2 firm hands were required to keep things in order. As to the chains, they regularly got weighed down under the strain of responsibility, and a heavy weight it was. So as one could not summon the cuckoo at will, the only thing to do was to wait and see it when it chose to appear. And then, as likely as not, if nobody was about, Robert would seize the opportunity to take pot shots at it with his pea-shooter. So far he had invariably missed. Sometimes it kept an appointment with him punctually at the hour. Sometimes it didn't. Occasionally it came out at odd times, and then remained indoors altogether. When that happened for a more than usually long period, it was sure to be because the poor cuckoo felt indisposed in its bellows, and when it became apparent that something had gone wrong with the inmate of the cuckoo house, an entrance had to be effected by the back door and a dose of oil administered. Whereupon the front door would fly open and the cuckoo appear again on the threshold. It never ventured further. Bow to the multitude or to empty space, and pipe cuckoo just as many times as it felt inclined at the moment. One fine afternoon in spring, when the cuckoo came out punctually and went through its performance of 3 bows with a cuckoo call after each salutation, there happened to be a fresh inmate all alone in the nursery. This was Tabitha, the new kitten, cozily reposing in her new basket under the table. "Aha, poultry!" mewed Tabitha, lying low, opening a lazy but watchful eye and gazing upwards. "Bless my tail! You're a tender morsel, I'll be bound. Small, but a tidbit." So thought the kitten, with an increasing feeling of longing in the chest. It had sounded to Tabitha like an echo of the call she had heard so recently in the lane near the old farm at home. "I don't want to pop out any more," said the cuckoo after re-entering the clock house. "I'm bored to tears," and it settled down in a corner and looked very melancholy. What with that horrid boy Robert lurking about, and now a kitten of all things! Why, life's not worth the living. If ever I do pop out again, I should like to pop out for good, and all, stretch my wings and fly away, right away, and see something of the world. Work, that's the cure for all woes, solemnly ticked the pendulum. Look at me, I'm always at it, with a good swinging stride. The hands didn't explain their views. They were keeping far apart, and were not on speaking terms. Everyone is expected to do his duty, urged the pendulum. That was only meant for one day, not morning, noon, and night, argued the cuckoo. It's all very well for a wagtail like you, but for a cuckoo with a soul above it, especially with a fine, well-trained voice. Everyone must do his duty at all times. Yes, look at me. But I fear you can't see me. Do you follow me? Asked the pendulum jokingly. Getting no reply, it ticked-tacked on until the cuckoo felt quite distracted. "Listen to me, children," said their mother, entering the nursery when playtime had begun. "Nurse has gone to lie down. She isn't very well this afternoon. So at 4 o'clock, put everything away neatly, then make yourselves tidy and come downstairs, where you may have tea with me." Robert and Lucy said they were sorry for Nurse, but they smiled and hopped about with delight at the treat of tea downstairs. They promised to do as they were told, and with muffled footsteps hurried on the landing to open the gate and let their mother out of their domain, and quietly closed it to keep themselves in. Then they settled down in the nursery to Lotto. But as Lucy always won, Robert tired of it. Card houses didn't answer either, because it amused Robert not to build them, but to shake the table when Lucy's structure were in course of erection. Their mother, busily writing in the drawing room, began to wonder why the children didn't come downstairs. And tea was just being brought in, when suddenly screams and cries were heard issuing from the nursery, and she rushed upstairs in alarm. There she found the nursery littered with things, chairs in unusual places, some overturned, and Lucy lying on the floor crying, with a cut on her lip, which was bleeding. Robert had both stockings torn and was ruefully rubbing his knees. The little girl was more frightened than hurt. "Whatever has happened, Robert?" exclaimed their mother as she helped Lucy to her feet and comforted her. "I was hunting," he began to explain, "and she was the gazelle, and I was chasing her from rock to rock, jumping from the table onto the chairs and back again," added Lucy in further explanation, "and we both tumbled down." "Serve you both right for being so disobedient as to jump on the furniture," replied their mother with placid satisfaction that matters were no worse. "You ought to have been all tidied up and downstairs by now." "It isn't time yet, surely, mother?" The three turned instinctively towards the cuckoo clock. It had stopped at 3 minutes to 4. "There now, Lucy, you silly!" cried her brother. "If you hadn't forgotten to wind it up, we shouldn't have had that beastly tumble, and shouldn't have been late for tea. Come, dears, quickly. I'll help you make ready," said their mother, and they left the nursery together. During the excitement, Tabitha had remained unnoticed in her basket under the table, glad in all the turmoil to be peaceful and forgotten. She came out, stretched lazily, and soon began to gambol about the room. The clock chain lying loosely on the floor attracted her attention. She crouched, then leapt at one bound upon it, backed a little, touched it with her paw, lay on her side, and played with the bright links with all four paws and much enjoyment. With a sudden movement she righted herself, made a spring upwards, missed the chain, and fell without hurt. Liking this novel game, she leapt higher next time, and alighted on a cushioned chair, scratched her way up, jumped onto a bookcase, and then on to an empty shelf. There was the chain within easy reach. Putting out her paw, it caught instead in a ring she had noticed. To disentangle it, she reached over, lost her foothold, and still caught in the ring, found that the rattling chain was moving downwards with her weight until it deposited her gently on the ground, greatly to her surprise. Again she scrambled up the furniture in the same way. Her paw was now on both chains. Suddenly something swung backwards and forwards. Tick-tack. Tabitha was for the moment dismayed, and arching her back, she stood rooted to the spot. Tick-tack. It came unpleasantly close to her, nearly touching her nose each time, but she never budged an inch. Rrrr. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Tabitha, rising to the occasion and quick to seize an opportunity or anything else, took her last and only chance. She seized the poultry with both paws. Crack, snap. She lost her balance and fell down onto the cushioned chair. The cuckoo flew into the air, alighted on Tabitha's back, and bounded onto the ground. Tabitha forgot at once her escape from breaking her neck, sprang after the cuckoo lying there, turned it over, paused, sniffed, found to her surprise that it was not good to eat. that it hadn't even feathers and was only made of wood, turned it over again, and began tapping it and pouncing on it, until suddenly, forgetting all about it, she cantered away sideways with her tail curling in the air. She jumped into her basket, rolled herself up, soon purred herself fast asleep, and looked the very picture of helpless innocence. The cuckoo out in the world at last, having recovered from its first alarm at the useless stiffness of its wings, waited for something to happen. As nothing did happen, it thought the world a very dull and stupid place, and concluded that after all, work was better than lying there helpless, idle, motionless, and ridiculous. What was the use of its trained voice now? It couldn't articulate a sound even to summon help. It had no idea of the time. But the sun was shining brightly when at last it found itself carefully lifted and placed on a higher level. When Lucy entered the nursery that morning, soon after Robert, he exclaimed, "I say, Lucy, there's something fresh for breakfast. Look on your plate." "Oh, my poor cuckoo!" she cried in distress. "You've shot it at last. You bad boy! I shan't love you ever any more." But she did love him at once again, for it was a fact that no one knew however the cuckoo came to be lying on the floor in the remote corner where nurse had picked it up. The cushioned chair was in its place again, a long way off the clock. Everyone was mystified and could not imagine how it had happened. But Tabitha knew all about it, though you would never have guessed it from her round, innocent eyes as she sat licking first one velvety paw and then the other velvety paw, as though she were washing them of any share in the mischief. When the clock house was spring cleaned and the cuckoo duly set there on its legs again, it formed the firm determination to remain at its post in the future, and with its clock house in order, it worked ever after with regularity and good humor, just like 1 o'clock. Cuckoo, bow, click. End of section.
Section 12 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Christmas at the court of King Joram. The great evening had come, and every one in Cosmopolis Castle was agog with excitement. 8 months before, the monarch had by royal herald extraordinary announced his intention of making known his decision on Christmas Eve. And Christmas Eve had come. No wonder everyone was agog with excitement, because King Joram was at last going to announce which of the lovely ladies of the court should be raised to the position of the late queen, his defunct consort. She, poor soul, had possessed neither charm nor beauty, and without her he had been quite happy for the past 2 years, surrounded by smiling faces, and kept constantly amused by the ladies and gentlemen of his court. He had a jovial nature, and was an indulgent father to his 2 young daughters, especially fond of the younger, Princess Veronica, for more delightful sweetness, prettiness, and lovableness it would be difficult to find in any other young damsel of 16 years old. So believed that fine young soldier, Prince Olivin, and so believed everyone else in the whole kingdom. Everyone else, with one exception, Princess Christabel, her sister, older by 1 year. She had her own ideas on the subject evidently, for she kept a surly silence when her sister's praises were sung. People said it was her jealousy, because she was plain-looking and sulky in expression and character, and some did say she was secretly in love with Prince Olivin herself. Outside the castle, this night, the silent landscape had been decorated, by order of King Frost, in snow and crystal. Inside the castle, the great halls had been decorated, by order of King Joram, in holly and mistletoe. In the antechamber to the ballroom stood the giant Christmas tree, hung with so many gifts of exquisite needlework from the ladies of the court for the king, and so many, too, for Princess Veronica, that there was hardly room for any other presents for any one else, so they had to be stacked up in separate heaps on the floor. There was one present on the tree which was handsomer and costlier than all the rest. It was a pair of woolen boots, so cunningly and dexterously wrought with precious jewels that they were the most beautiful ever seen or heard of. They were the handiwork of Countess Spinks, and of all the handsome ladies who were assembled in the ballroom, where the candles in the chandeliers cast a softening light on their charms. She seemed, this Christmas Eve, the most unnerved, the most excited. Courtiers came strolling in by twos and threes, and the scene became animated and gay. For as history shows, it was the custom at the court of King Joram, by special decree of the monarch, that every man, woman, and child should dress themselves in costumes of any distinctive style they liked, whatever suited their fancy best. That was the origin, ages after, of the term fancy dress. There was thus no slavish following of fashion, and consequently everyone looked, or fancied they looked, their very, very best, and were thoroughly at ease in their quaint and mostly fascinating attire. "Here's little Love!" exclaimed a bevy of fair dames, pressing forward as a handsome child stepped into their midst, dressed as Cupid, and looking the realest of little loves, from the tips of his tiny bare toes to the tips of his tiny bare wings. He was the king's godson and pet. "He's sure to know. Perhaps he can give us a hint of the news," exclaimed Countess Spinks, with eyes blazing eagerly as she placed herself in his path. With her crook firmly planted on the ground, she was dressed as a shepherdess, which showed to advantage the curls on her fair neck, and her small feet in their high-heeled shoes. "Whisper to me," she coaxed, "or," with a pretty shake of the crook, "I'll not let you pass." Little Love might have been deaf, looking neither to the right nor to the left, so unconcernedly did he continue his way stolidly on to meet the procession of the king. Countess Spinks bit her lip in vexation. The other ladies merely shrugged their shoulders and laughed, and the gentlemen stroked their mouths to hide their smiles. Then all conversation was smothered by the entry of the heralds with their raised silver trumpets and their par 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 par. This was immediately followed by the entry of King Joram, holding little Love by the hand. The whole company bowed and curtsied very low, and then stood at attention, breathless with expectation. King Joram was a very big man, with a very big smile, and very big woolen boots. He always wore woolen boots, because, being his own commander-in-chief, he liked to stand at ease. So he said, naturally, in a very big voice, "According to my promise, it is now my pleasure to announce to my court, here assembled, my decision with regard to your future queen. After prolonged thought and study of face and character, I have come to the conclusion that there is not one lady of my court but who is quite lovely enough and charming enough to become my royal consort. Therefore, to choose is difficult, so difficult that it is impossible. And, being impossible, I shall never wed again. I have spoken." For a moment there was intense silence. Then deafening cheers arose, and all faces were radiant with delight, especially the faces of the ladies, who thus remained equals, no jealousy being possible. "Such tact!" said one. "How true!" cried another. But one lady had slipped away unobserved. It was Countess Spinks. The gallant monarch, unaccompanied, pleased at the reception given to his declaration, smilingly passed on to the antechamber, as was his wont, for a private view of the Christmas tree. Before the revels commenced, King Joram had detached one of the woolen boots embroidered with pearls and precious stones, anxiously tried it on, and was admiring the effect, when little Love appeared and inquired if he would grant an interview to Prince Olivan, who was waiting without. "I am engaged," was his Majesty's impatient reply. "That, sire, is what Prince Olivan wants to be." "Eh? What's that? Put on this other boot for me." He unfastened it from the tree. "Ah, that's very smart. Very attentive of the dear Countess. Now, show him in." The two young princesses had not made their appearance for the proclamation. They, as well as little Love, had been in the king's confidence, and they did not intend to be present. However, as the hour of the revels was fast approaching, Veronica feared that her sister would be late as usual. So she took her last glance at herself in the mirror, tightened the blue ribbon that was threaded through her fair hair, tucked a pale rose in the blue sash of her high-waisted, white muslin frock, and flitted off happily to Christabel's room. "Come in," said a not very amiable voice in response to the light tap. "Oh, it's you, is it? Can I help you, as you have no maid?" Princess Christabel's room was by no means tidy. "I don't want any help," she replied ungraciously, moving some of the garments that littered the bed. "But you can sit down there, if you like, next to the Shah of Persia." Veronica took the place indicated next to the sweetest little blue Persian kitten that was curled up fast asleep on the coverlet. "I like your new frock, Veronica," continued Christabel, surveying her sister as she pinned up her black hair, without troubling even to do it before a glass. "But you look pretty in anything. If you didn't, no one would trouble to pet you. No one ever fusses over me. Papa does, for one, only because he thinks it's his duty. I would if you'd let me. Oh, yes, you'd be very pleased if I let you hang about me. An ugly girl can't show too much advantage next to a pretty one. I know your little game." "Oh, Christabel, how can you say such unkind, unjust things?" protested poor Veronica with a sob. "If you want to cry," said Christabel crossly. "You shouldn't do so until you go to sleep. You cry so easily, and then your bright eyes look heavy, and your aquiline nose gets red, and the whole castle gets upset about them. Who cares if my eyes are red? Every one, of course. Besides, one's looks aren't everything. I know differently. Looks are everything. But I don't care if people trouble about me or not, or anything they do, or think, or say. Why are you putting on, Christabel? Not that, surely. Yes, same old Red Riding Hood cape and green skirt. Does for indoors or out. Same old crew about, I suppose. I suppose so. But it's Christmas Eve. Those loose things don't even suit you. Let me lend you a new frock which I have. Just the same as this. We can arrange ribbons of your color, red. We're the same height, and it will suit you quite as well as it suits me. A nice comparison people would draw, eh? Sneered Christabel, and being ready, she took the sleepy Shah in her arms and stalked downstairs with him, faintly mewing his protests, leaving her sister to follow, if she liked. In the ballroom, Christabel superciliously took no notice of the respectful greetings of the court. She was naturally shy, reserved, too, and sensitive as to her appearance and lack of charm. But Veronica had a kind word for everyone, stopping to greet with a smile or a merry jest all present, for they all adored her for her sweetness, graciousness, and extraordinary beauty. There wasn't a man but who would have died for her, nor a woman but who felt better for her radiant presence. Little Love suddenly appeared and whispered something to Princess Veronica, who blushed, was confused, and said in a low voice to her sister, "Prince Olivin is here. Papa has sent for me." "You might have told me he was coming," replied Christabel, turning pale. "But I never knew, indeed." Her sister had turned away, and Little Love was leading Veronica towards the antechamber. It seemed to Princess Christabel as though every face in the ballroom was a mask, and behind that mask were eyes that gleamed with mockery, that she had only to turn her back, and fingers of scorn and derision would mark her passage, and she turned and fled, never pausing in her course through the long passages and up the marble stairway until she was back in her room, where she flung the poor Shah and herself on the bed, and burst into a torrent of tears and lamentations in her loneliness, disappointment, and jealousy. The kitten, too, looked unusually blue, and mewed disconsolately, felt bored, then purred, stretched its little self on the coverlet, and fell asleep again. Before long, the sound of the herald's silver trumpets pierced right up into Christabel's ears. Par, 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 pip, pa, par, 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 par. And she knew that the engagement was then being announced of Princess Veronica to Prince Olivin, and the strains of the Waltz of the Affianced, which followed, played by the court musicians, confirmed the fact. How long she remained thus in the dark she did not know. Sounds of an angry voice roused her from her stupor, and she went out into the brilliantly lighted corridor, shading her eyes from the glare, the scent of flowers and the soft strains of music becoming more noticeable as she approached the stairway whence the voices proceeded, one which she could now distinguish as being that of her sister. She peeped over the banisters, and saw, standing close beside Veronica, Countess Spinks, white with suppressed passion. "You knew," hissed the Countess, "that there was to be no queen." "I and my sister knew, yes. let me pass. I don't know what's become of her. I want to fetch her." "You might have told it to your old friend. You are looking radiantly beautiful tonight." "I am very happy." "Happy with your betrothed?" "Yes." "Listen. Did you know that everyone said I had the best chance of being queen?" "You!" exclaimed the young princess in astonishment. "Fancy you, my stepmother!" And she burst into a merry laugh. The next moment she was falling headlong down the marble stairway, and then lay quite still, bruised and bleeding. In the stillness that ensued, for the music had stopped, Countess Spinks flew upstairs, where she was confronted by Princess Christabel, who pushed roughly past her and hurried down to her sister's side. Her screams for help brought people running from every side. The injured girl, still unconscious, was quickly borne to her apartments, and the court physicians surrounded her. All sorts of rumors were set afloat in the castle, but all that was gathered for certain by the company, as they dispersed, was that Princess Veronica slipped on the marble stair owing to her new high-heeled shoes, that the sweet face was strapped and bandaged, for it was all cut and bruised, that the nose was broken, and her beauty spoilt forever. Prince Olivin was half wild with grief, and poor King Joram was shedding tears all alone in his study, when Christabel sought admittance. Her face was set and stern, and the sight of his weakness didn't unnerve her, as she said bluntly, "Father, Veronica did not slip on the stair. She was purposely and viciously thrown down." "Eh? What?" exclaimed the king, staring at her. "Are you taking leave of your senses? There's not a soul who would hurt my pretty darling. You have enemies. She has none." She was happy. Others were not. Countess Spinks was in a fury of disappointment at not being chosen queen. She flung poor Veronica down in spite and malice. I saw her do it. The king bounded up. "Summon the countess!" he cried. Before her, Christabel repeated her accusation, and Countess Spinks tried to assert she only put out her arms to save the unfortunate princess from slipping. Further questioned, she got confused, contradicted herself, and finally sunk on her knees and prayed for mercy. "To the cells!" shouted the king, and his eyes falling on his jeweled boots, he hastily tore them off and threw them after her as she was carried away. When, next day, poor little Princess Veronica recovered consciousness and was free from pain, she asked for her sister, who came quickly to her side. "Have you heard," asked Veronica faintly, "that I am maimed for life, with a broken nose and scarred face? I shall not only be ugly, but repulsive." "Poor Veronica! You will then be on the same level with me in the future. How you will miss all the petting, all the love! I suppose my life is spoiled. And when I had beauty, I thought of it and prized it so little. But won't you love me, Christabel?" "Yes, I will now." "Why only now?" "Because I shall feel sorry for you. I have never felt sorry for anyone but myself before, and I shall love you heaps and heaps. Don't you think others may feel sorry for me too? Poor Prince Olivin! Poor me!" she added with a little moan. Christabel shook her head sadly. "Beauty is everything. You will understand that now. No limbs were broken, and in a couple of days Princess Veronica, with her head and face veiled in white lace, was able to receive some visits of sympathy in her misfortune. King Joram was inconsolable, and whenever he came out of the invalid's room He would vow terrible threats of vengeance on Countess Spinks, who was trembling for her spiteful life in the cells. On the third night after the Christmas festivities had been brought to their sudden and tragic close, Princess Christabel dreamed such a vivid dream that it awakened her. She dreamed that little Love, who avoided her whenever he could, came smilingly up to her, kissed her hand, and raising a letter he held, showed, with a look of triumph which puzzled her, that it was addressed to her sister. She awoke, and instantly remembered that little Love had really kissed her hand that evening, to her great surprise. She sat up in bed listening, for she fancied she heard her sister call. Becoming anxious for her comfort, she rose and went gently in to her. It was quiet in the dimly lighted chamber. The invalid lay softly sleeping, her face all bandaged, and her glorious hair a mass of gold about the pillow. Under her hand was an open letter. Tempted by the influence of her dream, Christabel drew nearer. It was Prince Olivin's firm writing. There were only a few lines, and the moonlight shone full upon them. She could not help reading. "Beloved, think not to release me. It is your sweet nature I love, you, your beautiful mind. Nothing could ever change them. Olivin." Was it joy for her sister? Was it some gleam of an unknown sense of peace, tenderness, and hope in her soul that brought scalding tears to Christabel's eyes as, half blinded by them, she groped her way back to her room, where she fell on her knees and cried softly, and prayed that now through her tears her eyes had been opened, she might learn to become different. "Beauty is not everything, then," she repeated wonderingly to herself, over and over again, finding each time fresh comfort in the thought. "How wrong I have been! Out of her disfigurement, Veronica says my love for her has grown and is worth much more to her in comfort. It has brought us close together and made us both happy. How grateful she is for everyone's attention! And now the prince still pleads for her. So it was not her beauty that attracted him. It was not her beauty, not her beauty." Thus she thought earnestly and long, and it brought her a strange sense of faith in herself and others. "I shall tell them all that I, too, know how truly she deserves her happiness." And tell them she did, and they opened their eyes and bowed respectfully, and thought more of Princess Christabel than they had ever thought before. New Year's Eve came round with its accustomed regularity, and the inmates of Cosmopolis Castle were looking unusually grave for the occasion. Princess Veronica was to appear once more in their midst, and with the bandages removed from her poor face, it was a silent, uneasy company that gathered together in the great ballroom, and King Joram, engaged in a game of snap with little Love in a corner, looked ill and worn from anxiety for his favorite child. Suddenly the card-players rose, and a thrill of excitement went through the assembly. Princess Veronica stood on the threshold in white muslin and blue. Her face showed no trace of scars, but her nose was unrecognizable. It was no more aquiline, but tip-tilted, the sweetest little turned-up feature imaginable, and her appearance had actually gained. Princess Veronica had become the loveliest lady in the land. After being locked in her father's arms, Veronica found herself suddenly in those of her lover. King Joram was frantic with delight. He called for Dr. Quick, and made him Lord High Druggist of his Majesty's dominions. with all the appanages, endowments, privileges, and perquisites appertaining to the office. He showered honors on every physician on or near the premises. He talked of bonfires and of honors and tiaras all around until he was hoarse. Then Princess Christabel appeared in white muslin and red ribbons, and there were cheers for her animated appearance and her kind expression as she gracefully returned their greeting. "Father," she said, drawing him on one side, "Veronica is asking for Countess Spinks. May I tell the prisoner that now all is well? She is forgiven?" King Joram shook his head vigorously, although he was too happy to do anything but smile all the time. "She has been in the cells for ever so long," pleaded Christabel, and her father was so taken aback at the revelation of her fine eyes and sweet voice, which had never at any time struck him before, that he nodded his head violently. That evening a stranger was bidden to the feast, no less a person than the great traveller, brother to Prince Olivan, just returned from a voyage of discovery, the bronzed and manly young Duke of Rosenleaf. "Who is that charming girl?" he asked, as soon as he set eyes on her. "Princess Christabel, your Highness," replied Little Love with a sly smile. King Joram couldn't get to sleep that night. He usually slept too much, and was in the habit of unscrewing the top of his foot warmer, and pouring therefrom the hot coffee, which he imbibed at intervals in order not to oversleep himself in the morning, and thus set a bad example in the land. But he had no need for it to-night. He could not get to sleep at all. He thought and thought and thought what had wrought such a marvelous and rapid change in the character and appearance of his elder daughter. He smiled over it too, and smiled until his cheeks ached with so much smiling, as much as his poor head ached with so much thought. Still he went on thinking right through the night, and just as he put up his arms above his head to break into a mighty yawn, he suddenly cried, "I have it! That's it! She has realized the old theme of peace and good-will, as is proper at this time of year, and has turned over a new leaf. Bravo!" And he turned himself over, snored, and overslept himself. So the first day of the new year opened in complete harmony at the court of King Joram, and when the Duke of Rosenleaf asked Princess Christabel if she would make the Happy New Year a happy one for him, she smiled and blushingly allowed him to place the prettiest of diamond rings on her finger. And the new year was still in its youth when the two young princesses were married, and by the time that the Shah of Persia's great-great-grand kittens were gambolling about the palace, it had become a frequent and pleasant subject for argument and debate throughout the kingdom. Who is the most charming and lovable woman in the land, Christabel or Veronica? End of Section 12. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 13 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. 1 April Day. Part 1. A Queer Godmother. It was the 1st of April. The weather could not make up its mind whether to be tearful or gay. So after changing 3 times and deciding at last that it was not grown up to cry, the sun dried up the teardrops and beamed down on everything and everybody. "Isn't it a shame, Wilfrid, to have to prepare lessons when it's such a fine afternoon?" exclaimed Nora. She rose from the study table and looked longingly out of the French window to where the crocuses on the lawn seemed to be having the best of it.
"Don't be lazy," replied her brother. "Just come and help me with this sum when I tell you."
"I'm not going to do as you tell me. If you were a grown-up, say 15, it would be different. But you're only a year older than me, not even 9 yet, and yet you—"
"Hello!" interrupted Wilfred with a low whistle. He strolled towards the window. "Look at that's legs."
"Which is?" inquired Nora, gazing in the direction he pointed.
"Them's."
"What's?" she asked eagerly, looking around.
"None. Well, you are an April fool!" exclaimed Wilfred, with scornful glee as he resumed his seat. "That's the second time today."
"And you're a very rude boy, and you're not allowed to call me horrid names like that," said Nora with dignity. "And I won't be teased always." With a very offended look, she set to work on her copybook.
"Lend me your paint box when we've finished our lessons, will you, Nora dear?" said Wilfred, after a short pause.
"I can't," she replied, without looking up.
"Why?"
"I don't know why, but I can't."
"Cat in the manger! You've got nothing you want to paint as I have."
There was a longer pause, during which they both scribbled away and scratched and spluttered, whilst their tongues moved silently from side to side, outside their parted lips, left to right, following the direction of each new line. Then Nora heaved a sigh and remarked, "Wilfred, isn't Cinderella lovely?"
"Yes, as girls go."
"Oh, how I wish we lived in those times, when there were fairy godmothers and things," exclaimed Nora rapturously. Then she added with a sigh, "Aunt Lenora's my godmother, but she never gives me anything, and the godmothers in the fairy tale stories always give heaps of things."
"You can't expect great fat podges like that to be fairy godmothers, you silly."
"But she ought to like giving us things. How nice it is to give presents and be thanked."
"Yes, it is nice to give presents when they are cheap, perhaps," continued her brother in a wise voice. "Perhaps Aunt Lenora can't afford it if she isn't rich."
"Cinderella's godmother never seemed to consider the price of anything. I wish, oh, how I wish—"
"Oh, how I wish you'd be quiet and help me with this sum. You remember your tables better than I do, but you needn't to be jolly crocky about it all the same."
Nora wasn't listening to him. Her mind was far away from lessons. She was thinking, if she had her choice, what she would like to be, what she would like to do and eat, and above all, what would she like to wear. "If only I had a fairy godmother,
"Rubbish!" exclaimed Wilfred, growing cross and frowning as he watched her moving recklessly about the room.
"I, of course, wouldn't refuse her anything. Fairy godmothers generally appear, at first disguised as old women, and ask for something such as a drink of water, or beg you to carry a load of wood, or whatever they happen to have in hand. So I should be ready to do anything and give anything, and earn my big reward."
"Oh, sure up," growled her brother. "Much better lend me your paint box."
But she didn't hear him. Taken up with her fancies, she continued excitedly, "I know what I'll do. I'll try and tempt her to come. Perhaps I may even have a fairy godmother without knowing it." And she began to dance about, singing, "Tra-la-la, fairy godmother, come to me, now I pray. Visit a little girl who's longing for you, and will do anything you want. Tra-la-la, fairy godmother, come." It wasn't very good poetry, but Nora hadn't time to polish it up. "Oh, I say, how can I do my lessons with all this going on?" exclaimed Wilfred, and flinging his things together he bounced out of the room and banged the door behind him. Nora wasn't sorry he was gone, and danced all round the room singing. Then knelt down, and stretching out her arms towards the crocuses, which were so stiff and upright in their indifference, she said plaintively, "Come, dear fairy godmother, I want you." And lo, between Nora and the window, there suddenly appeared a little old woman in a long cloak, whose features were hidden by the large hood she wore. "Oh!" exclaimed Nora, almost breathless in her astonishment and delight. "I have come," said the stranger in cracked, quavering tones. "I'm so glad to see you," replied Nora, politely, too excited to feel shy. Your fairy godmother, am here to test you and see if you are really worthy. See this slate which I have brought under my cloak? Every little lady should be able to do arithmetic right. Can you do this sum?" "How funny, godmother dear," said Nora, looking at it. "We were just learning these. It's a difficult one, but I'll try." In a few moments she had done the sum and proved it correct. "Very good," said the fairy, with a grunt of satisfaction. "Will you take a drink of water?" now asked the hospitable Nora eagerly. "Do." "No, thank you, but I may take something else. Tell me, what of all your treasures do you like the most?" "Oh, my paint box." "I knew it. I'm glad you tell the truth." "How did you know it?" asked Nora in surprise. "I'm your fairy godmother. I'll take the paint box, please." Nora brought it and gave it to her with the greatest pleasure, and pressingly inquired if she might carry anything anywhere, but that was not required. Then she stood waiting expectantly, and her heart seemed to turn a somersault of delight when her fairy godmother spoke the following words: "I am satisfied. Now you may wish for whatever you like, but you must make up your mind before I count to 3. Nora's eyes had followed her glance at the clock, which pointed to 1 minute to 3. But her mind, from the flutter of excitement she was in, became a complete blank. 1, said the fairy solemnly. This brought the little goddaughter to her senses, and she began to mutter confusedly. "Shall I wish for a gold carriage like Cinderella's, or a pet lamb with a blue ribbon and a bell around its neck, or a frock embroidered in diamonds, or—" "Do," said the fairy. "No," murmured Nora hurriedly. "If I were a queen, I could order those things, and everything else. I wish—" The clock struck 3. "I were a—" 3, called out the fairy. "A queen!" screamed Nora, just the second after. "Too late," said the fairy. "Farewell." And she moved towards the door. Nora's eyes filled with tears. "Please, come back," she pleaded. "I can't." "Oh, why can't you?" "I don't know why, but I can't," replied the little old woman. This sounded strangely in Nora's ears, and what sounded stranger still were the next words she heard uttered. These were simply, "Thanks awfully." Then Nora exclaimed at once, "That's Wilfrid's voice!" She pushed aside the hood. "Why, you're Wilfrid!" she cried, amazed. "And you're April Billy," he shouted with glee, throwing off the long cloak. "You said you'd do anything and give anything for a reward, and now you've had to do so without one." And bursting out laughing, he ran off with the sum and the paint box. Nora sat down on a footstool and burst out crying. She was angry and disappointed, and she sobbed bitterly as she thought how she had been tricked into doing Wilfrid's horrid sum, how she had been made to give away her treasured paint box, which he had envied for months, and worst of all, 1,000 times, how she had no fairy godmother after all. Part 2. The Little Flower Girl. But Nora was a plucky little girl, and at times a wise little girl, and moreover she had a sort of feeling that it all served her right for being silly and dissatisfied and too selfish to lend her paint box. Wilfrid certainly was a tease, but he was really a dear good brother, and always lent her his things and did his best to champion her and get her out of a scrape. Still, she felt she would like to pay him out, all the same. He'd had such a lovely time being fairy godmother. So she decided, like the weather, that it was not grown up to cry, and she dried her eyes. Then, all at once, she smiled and laughed outright, for an idea had come to her, which she proceeded to carry out. She certainly began to do some rather queer things. First of all, she took off her shoes and stockings. Then she untied the pink ribbon which kept her hair tidy, so that her curls fell in a tousled mass about her flushed cheeks. Next, she took off her pink overall pinafore, which she hid away, and gathering her white frock over her head, displayed a short red and white striped petticoat. Running quickly about the room, she took all the violets from the vases and strewed some of them in the fold of her frock, which she held together in one hand and put together a large bunch of flowers for her other hand. Then she stepped through the open window, threw some sand upon her feet and ankles, and thus prepared, stood on the path outside, looked in, and waited. Very soon Wilfrid burst into the room, exclaiming, "Come look at the healthy color I've painted on your big doll's pale cheeks. Oh, Nora!" he added, looking around the empty room. And now he became conscious of a little flower girl standing on the garden path and piteously offering him a bunch of violets. Nora had heard what he said, and felt vexed that he had dared touch her big doll. Still, she had not the affection for that stately lady that she had for the small invalid doll with the broken leg, so she only said, "Buy a bunch of violets, sir?" He was a tender-hearted boy, and at once fetched down his money-box from off a shelf in the cupboard, unlocked it, and took out a 2-pence, which he gave her, but then he felt awkward and refused the flowers. An organ in the street started playing.
I can dance to that if you can pay,
said the little girl thoughtfully, eyeing the money box. How much do you want? He asked.
3 shillings,
she replied boldly. That's all I've got.
That'll do then,
she said.
I want it so badly.
Yes, but... Not heeding his protests, she stole into the room and began to dance to the organ, as she had seen the poor children do in the streets, her little bare feet twirling up slowly and descending with measured steps onto the soft carpet. "Oh, I say," soon exclaimed Wilfred with dissatisfaction. "My sister Nora can dance better than that, for nothing." Nevertheless, he felt bound to empty his money box into the hand she now held out. Solemnly, she made him a little bob of curtsy. Then she began to caper about the room in a very different sort of spirit, and then, catching hold of the astonished boy round the neck, she kissed him. "Hi, sure up!" cried Wilfred, disengaging himself and looking sheepish.
Oh, you April goose, sang Nora. April goose, you're an April goose, Master Wilfred.
And she uncovered her head and shook back her curls. "Halloa!" exclaimed Wilfred, ruefully at first, and then added more cheerily. "Ha! Do you think I didn't know you all the time?"
Did you really?
inquired his sister, her eyes wide open with surprise. "No, I didn't," he replied curtly. Then Nora's arms stole round her brother's neck, and she put the money into his pocket, and told him gently that she had only wanted to have a little bit of fun, and he was welcome to use her paint box, only please not on her dolls. Then Wilfred told her that she was a jolly good sort, and that after all it was a shame to tease her, as she couldn't fight him for it. And Nora hugged him, and they both laughed about how well they had pretended to one another. The sun was shining still, and when the children romped on the lawn, the stuck-up crocuses didn't have the best of it after all. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. The Storm the Teapot Brewed. In a bright nursery hung with pictures, the table was laid for tea. Upon an iron tray, which had seen much service, even military service as a drum used by the nursery band, stood the tea set. This set included a very large cup which belonged to Nurse, bearing the funny inscription, "I am not greedy, but I like a lot." The other cups were also lettered in gold. One hailed, it declared,
"From Margate,"
and showed the pier as proof. Another, a small one made of porcelain, wished
"Many happy returns to Effie"
every time she looked at it. A thick, fat cup proclaimed itself "a present to Daniel," and a mug bore the perpetual reminder that it was
"for a good boy."
But it was cracked, so it didn't look quite happy. Perhaps because the reminder was not always capable of keeping the boy good. The kettle completed the party, but sat comfortably on the warm hob next to the fire, drowsily singing snatches of song in the knowledge of having done his duty in giving the thirsty teapot a drink of water. So all was ready for tea except the children. Nurse had gone to collect them when the Chinese teapot, who always liked to appear important, suddenly exclaimed,
"What a noise that kettle is making, to be sure! One could scarcely hear oneself rattle if one wanted to."
The kettle, ignoring the protest, sang on. "Just now we were quiet. No noise and no riot. You could hear a bread plate drop. Flop!
We used to have a very nice English teapot once,
remarked the porcelain cup. I remember, replied her neighbor from Margate.
He came from Worcester. He was a big pot, and thought himself no end of a swell.
What, kettle time already? Exclaimed the Tongs, yawning and stretching his legs. A nice sort of life it is for one of my grade and standing, grumbled the Teapot, to be surrounded by such a set of ugly foreign mugs and things as you all are. There was a general rattling of displeasure at the insult, but it was drowned by the Kettle, who could see a joke, singing up merrily, If there's a fuss, if a pot should allude, as a mug to a china cup, there's always a clatter of jug, plate, and platter, till somebody washes them up. It's disgraceful to go on like this, complained the milk jug, looking rather broken down about the handle. Ah, said the Teapot with a sneer, when one only dates from 1887 and hasn't a handle to one's back, one should retire to the seclusion of the cupboard and remain there as a curio. There was once a Jubilee Juggins, jug, jug, juggins, hummed the Kettle.
Poor old crock,
said the sugar basin sweetly, melting with pity through all her composition, for she was his inseparable companion, and knew that the milk jug was full of human kindness, and useful still.
Never mind the quarrelling, darlings,
whispered the gentlemanly Spoons to their lady friends, whom they had taken in to tea.
We will protect you.
Upon my word, exclaimed she from Margate, I'm glad I was not born in China. Where I come from, rudeness is unknown. The Kettle took up the idea and sang gaily, They're pottery, porcelain, color, and gold. They come from the china shop where crockery's bought and the customers sold. And the bull galloped in so angry and bold, and when the poor terrified shopkeeper told him to go, he did nothing but stop.
You ought to have a will of iron if you're made of the right stuff, she continued, addressing the tray. You ought to keep order, but you say nothing and do less.
You see, he's only a waiter, slow and unpolished, added the Teapot spitefully.
My view, if I may express it,
broke in the cup from Margate.
When I want your view, either of Margate or of politeness, retorted the tray, interrupting the remark, I'll ask for it. If I'd the chance, I'd drop the whole lot of you and get friendly with a new set. That I would.
Whereupon the irrepressible Kettle chirruped, Then he'd pay the expense of the mender's bill. The mender is doctor, you see, who makes out an order, a matter of solder, and rivets, cement, and a fee. You're always brewing mischief, said Nurse's Cup angrily to the Teapot. There'll be no peace for any of us where you are.
That's true,
screamed out the little tea leaves inside the pot.
He's always getting us into hot water.
I'll draw the tannin out of the whole ounce of you. You're about as sensible as mortals who haven't the wit to understand us. But when we go cracked like Muggins over there, or stony broke like the Juggins next to him, or get smashed up altogether with age or lack of care, they take notice of us at last, and then there is a mighty fine fuss. At this, the Kettle, getting somewhat out of breath from his exertions, bubbled out in a high key,
They're Wedgwood, Staffordshire, Japanese too. They're a breakable lot, we know. When anyone cracks any Chelsea or Saxony, Dresden or Worcester or Bow, they make as much shindy as if a big windy
was shivered to bits by a blow. The teapot went on. Those people are amusing, too. They think we ought to last forever, when they can't even do it themselves. A couple of chatterpots! Exclaimed the nurse's cup. Dear me! What with your spouting and his showing off once he begins to sing, you're enough to wear one out. Dear you, indeed, returned the teapot. Cheap you! Why, you were given away with a pound of tea. Shouldn't be surprised at all, he continued, watching Nurse's cup become speechless with indignation. But spouting aside, I could tell you a thing or two. All three, all four, all five, all... The kettle might have sung on into billions had he not begun to choke over it and splutter and gurgle. Then he grew vexed and snorted and got angrier and angrier, until finally, in order to breathe more easily, he knocked his lid on one side and began to boil with rage. Ha ha! Laughed the teapot mockingly. The old fellow's getting his steam up. Pray don't derange yourself, sir, on our account. He's getting water on his knob. This didn't seem to comfort the kettle much. What do you think about it, spoonies? Added the teapot, but the spoons heeded him not. They were conversing quietly in couples and didn't care to be drawn into argument. So he turned his attention elsewhere, bent on brewing discord. People are so thoughtless, he complained, turning a cold shoulder to the others. Muggins, my boy, I'm beginning to get quite chilly. Just go and fetch my cozy coat. He knew this was an impossibility, and he only said it in order to pick a quarrel. But, noticing a distant plate who was openly laughing at him, he cuttingly remarked, Seen the plumber lately? Now, the plate happened to be suffering severely from rivets, an infirmity which she vainly tried to hide, and which she hated to be noticed. So, getting no reply, he added, I presume that your plumbago is better? The kettle was now puffing and spitting to such a degree that it was difficult to imagine he was the same jolly fellow who had been singing so good-temperedly all the time, and the teapot was content. He had gained his object, and the whole set felt as though they had been wiped the wrong way, when suddenly noisy voices were heard outside. The nursery door was opened, and in burst Fred, home from Margate School, followed by gentle little Effie, and Nurse vigorously protesting at being pushed forward in jerks by Bob. Poor, long-suffering Nurse, as usual, was not having at all a good time with the three troublesome boys. Daniel had clambered on her back and was trying to pull off her cap. Bob, who was not nearly such a good boy as his mug pretended, slyly untied her apron strings. The apron dropped, and Nurse tripped over it, jerking Daniel on to the floor, and she would have fallen too had she not just saved herself by clutching the table. "Cranky!" clattered the china on the tray in alarm. "Bless those boys!" cried Nurse as she replaced her apron, but they only laughed. Effie was helping to put her cap straight when the kettle, unable to contain his feelings any longer, marked his indignation by hissing disapproval and then boiling over. Nurse rushed to his aid and altered his position so that he couldn't see all that went on. He recovered himself at once. Bustling into their chairs, they all sat down to tea, and at the sudden action the whole tea set rattled to arms, some standing at attention. The spoons, stirred by the children's hands, began knocking the sides of the cups, dealing them blows left and right, and ringing out their resounding protests.
"Here's a stranger,"
exclaimed Effie, taking a tea leaf out of her cup.
"Who will it be?"
"A horrid foreigner, miss. A little black Indian," replied the teapot, turning up his spout with scorn and giving a vicious squeeze to the others he held prisoners.
"I know who it is,"
said Bob, tilting back his chair, then suddenly steadying himself by grasping the table. This was a troublesome habit of his, which drew Nurse's usual reminder. "What's his name?" asked the others eagerly.
I know. It's a secret,"
replied Bob mysteriously. At this a loud argument began. "My lid! Who's making the noise now?" the teapot cried. "Pray, don't upset your precious selves." "I think it must be Mr. Manners who is the stranger," exclaimed Nurse, putting her hands to her ears to shut out the tumult.
"No,"
shouted Bob.
I'll tell you. His name's Mr. Tealeaf."
And he laughed triumphantly. As the other children raised their voices to declare it was very unfair, Bob swung back on his chair again. "Oh!" screamed Nurse in a fright, making a grab at the table, but she was too late. Bob had already made a grab at it when, with a swish, bang, he tumbled over backwards, dragging the cloth with him and everything upon it, and the crockery lay around all broken to atoms. In the moment of hushed alarm that followed, the tray rolled away, exclaiming in triumph, "I've got rid of them at last. I said I would when I got the chance." And the kettle, gazing at the wreckage, sang on serenely and merrily. "There's been such a fuss, such a storm has been brewed. There's no cups for the tea, and no plates for the food. The cleverest doctor may puzzle his wits, but he can never gather and rivet the bits." End of section 14.
Section 15 of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann. Monica, the Moonchild. Part 1. This Side of the Moon. It was one of those late afternoons in winter, when the countryside looks very white, very still, and hushed to sleep under its coverlet of snow. Just the time when the bright fire at home is thought of with delightful longing. The gentleman who drove the phaeton that was bowling along the frosty road must have thought so too, for he cracked his whip so smartly that it sounded loud in the silent landscape, startling the cob to a more hurried remembrance of his snug stable. "Not very far now, Doctor," he remarked to the friend who sat next to him. "Home soon, Toodliums," he added, turning towards a big bundle of shawls at the back of the carriage. "I'm in no hurry, Papa," replied a childish voice. "I call this lovely." "Quite warm, eh?" "Quite, thank you, Papa." The bundle, answering to the name of Toodliums, was Monica, her father's constant companion. She was an only child. Her mother had always been delicate, and Monica was not allowed to be much with her. She even forgot that the invalid at home was ailing rather more than usual today, and that their long drive was to fetch her old friend the doctor for his opinion. For she was listening with so much interest to an explanation which her father was giving of the new airship he had invented. He was still describing his successful trial trip when Monica noticed that the moon and stars seemed to have assembled all at once to make a night of it. Never before had she driven out after dark, and soon she became all absorbed in a state of muffled-up rapture at the unusual sights and aspect of mystery about. "Hi, Toodliums! Do you hear? What do you say to going up with me in my airship next time I go? Will you come?" "Yes, yes," she answered eagerly. "I'll come, Papa." "You're not afraid of bumping up against the moon?" asked the doctor playfully, leaning over to pat her cheek. And both gentlemen laughed. Monica didn't answer. She didn't know if she was being made fun of or not. At last they were in the hall at home, amidst the lights and bustling of the servants. As no one seemed to notice her, Monica took herself up to the nursery. She had dressed there near the fire, and the boxes and things had not been tidied away. Monica stared around, thinking this very unusual, and was just beginning to feel uncomfortably lonely when a little wrinkled old woman with very bright eyes hurriedly trotted in. "Oh, grand nurse!" exclaimed Monica. "No one is looking after me. How's Mamma?" "Much better, dearie, but I'm wanted downstairs. Can you spare me, Poppets?" "Put yourself to bed, and I'll be back directly with your hot milk." Without waiting for an answer, she bustled into the adjoining night nursery, where Monica heard her busily opening and shutting the great cupboards. The cheery old body was called Grand Nurse, because she had been in the family for ever so long as to have become, as it were, a member of it. Passing through the nursery again, she stopped and said, "What would my Poppets say to a little sister, I wonder? A tiny new baby." "Oh, Grand Nurse!" And before the old woman could hurry out the door, Monica sprang forward, her face all aglow with excitement, and holding her tightly by the arm, cried all in a breath, "Is it true? Where is it? When is it coming? Who's going to bring it?" "Patience! I can't wait now. Let me go, dearie," said Grand Nurse, disengaging herself from the little girl. "But is it true?" "Quite true." "What will it come in?" "A bandbox, of course," answered Grand Nurse, laughing gaily as she went out the room. "Can I fetch it? When can I fetch it?" persisted Monica, following her downstairs. "When there's a blue moon. Now go back, there's a dear." "Yes, but who's going to bring it?" "Don't ask me. Ask the man in the moon," said the little old woman over her shoulder in a hushed voice, as she disappeared down a dark passage of the large house. Monica, standing there, laughed a little scornful laugh. "Ask the man in the moon, indeed," she muttered, "as though there were one. She often says that, but I'm not so silly as to believe it." And full of thought of the new little sister, she re-entered the nursery. The heavy curtains had not been drawn, and the moon was looking at her just as it had done during the drive. How lovely it was, that drive! She went to the large window seat and curled herself up in her favorite corner. Outside it looked so cold and white that she drew the curtain close around her with a little shiver. "Can Grand Nurse really think there is a man in the moon?" pondered Monica, as she gazed up at it, and confusedly she thought on. "I wonder if there is, after all. Can he be going to bring the baby? I should so like to know, and when, or who is going to. I wish he'd tell me. Perhaps if I were to ask. Who spoke about bumping up against the moon? Ah!" Monica had conceived a grand idea. Quietly she stole to the table, snatched up the empty hat-box, which ought to have been tidied away, and then she crept stealthily downstairs. Everything was quiet. Stealthily out into the night she went. Now she was in the great shed where the airship was. Quite an old friend. She had seen her father start on his journey in it, and had heard it all explained. The precious bandbox was placed in the car, and the next moment Monica was beside it. She touched a button. The great structure moved. She held her breath, and her heart thumped surprisingly. Then she clapped her hands with delight. The airship slowly moved forward out of the shed, and when she pulled a lever thing close at hand, she was soaring like a bird right out into the night, soaring right up towards the heavens. She was going to ask the man in the moon to be kind enough to give her the new baby she had come to fetch. How cold and crisp the air was! Monica was glad to have on her coat and cap of fur. Higher, higher she went, until she lost consciousness of everything except the cold and a sense of loneliness. And the airship rose upwards, upwards, carrying its pretty burden with eyes fast closed, and the curly brown head lay helplessly low, supported by the staring white empty bandbox. Bump! There was a crunching noise as of carriage wheels on a gravel path. The airship was aground on something, and Monica realized she must get her wits about her. She quickly pushed back the lever thing, and the noise ceased, the movement also. In the brilliant light, like sunlight, Monica saw she had alighted on some rocks, whilst around about was nothing but mountains, craters, caverns, and awful stillness. There was not a creature about, nor a sign of anything living. It was dreary to a degree. "Wherever am I?" exclaimed little Monica. She scrambled out of the car and slung the bandbox on her arm. Somehow there was company in that. Above her a moon was shining. Not the moon she was accustomed to see, but one about 4 times larger, as though suffering from a swollen face, with a pattern on it like the map of Europe. "That does look queer," she muttered aloud. "Bumped against the moon," she thought to herself unconsciously, for now she remembered her father having told her what the earth must look like from there. And she realized that she had reached her destination, and was actually walking about in the moon, and that the larger moon was really the earth. This fact was so exciting that she sat down to consider it, enjoy its importance, and decide what to do. She determined to go on, and so she rose and went gaily forward, the bandbox swinging from her arm. But it was very difficult walking, steep and rocky. At last she found herself in a large plain of broken stones, much in want of a steamroller, thought Monica, as she bravely hobbled along, and all around were caves. Out of the largest one of these there emerged a tall and majestic figure, which, to her astonishment, slowly glided sideways towards her, wrapped in a cloudy drapery. Then Monica was convinced, and she no longer had any doubt whatever, but that there was a man in the moon, and that this was he. So very slowly did he advance that she had plenty of time to recover from her surprise, and went forward to meet him and introduce herself. His steely blue eye had a peculiar cold beam in it, as he said, "I bid you unwelcome. Are you not frightened?" "No," replied the child. "Why should I be? I've done no harm." "Do you call coming here no harm?" All the time he never stopped still a second, but kept gloomily mooning about, his profile with its protruding nose and chin, in sharp outline always turned towards her. "I've come to fetch," stammered Monica, chilled by her reception. "You're a trespasser. You're evidently a poacher too," he added, glancing angrily at the bandbox. "Begone!" But please, sir, do tell me." With a warning gesture, the man slowly raised his arm till its cloud-like drapery hid his face, and he disappeared. "Dear me, I don't like him a little bit," murmured Monica, staring vacantly about, and found that where he had stood there was a big board on which in big letters was inscribed, "Trespassers will be moonstruck by order." At the sight of it, Monica quickly took refuge in the smallest of the caves. "Who are you?" said a voice, and as soon as her eyes had become accustomed to the gloom, she saw a queer creature resembling a great toad, swathed in a long white beard. "Whoever you are," said the quaint inhabitant, "I am too blind to see you. Just lead me to the further corner. There's a good trespasser." Monica did not quite like being talked to like that, but she held out the bandbox, and supporting himself by it, her new acquaintance limped to where he was led, and sat down. "Thanks, and many of them. It's not so draughty here," he said. "Have you been long in this cave?" asked Monica. "A few 1,000 years or so. I can't tell to a minute," he mumbled. "But who are you, my dear?" "By birth, of course, a Lunarian, but not by accent." Monica mentioned who she was, whereupon he became quite talkative, and began telling her about the moon, but only what she had read in her lesson books. "Have you a House of Parliament?" she asked, anxious to glean useful information. She had recently been to hear her father speak in theirs at home, and was very proud of that. "We've only a municipality, you know," said her strange companion, rambling on until he became quite drowsy. Emboldened by his kind manner, she told him why she had come, and begged for his advice. To her dismay, the only reply she got was a series of the loudest snores she had ever heard. He was sound asleep. "Do tell me what I had better do," she implored, and she shook and pinched him till he awoke. "Get on the right side of him and don't bother me," croaked the old creature, and snored louder than ever. Delighted at the hint, Monica came out onto the plain, and saw the man gliding slowly on, sideways as before. He frowned heavily on seeing her there, and seemed speechless with indignation. "Get on the right side of him," repeated Monica to herself, as she made a dart forward to do so. This proved unsuccessful, for just then he turned so blue that she stopped, wondering if he was getting a fit. Grand Nurse's words, "when there's a blue moon," suddenly occurred to her, and she knew that now was her chance. She took courage in his slowness, and without looking at him a second time, she rushed, stooping low, into a very small cave on the other side of him. Part 2. The Other Side of the Moon. It was not a cave at all. It was an arbor, the beams of which were moonbeams, so that Monica stepped straight through into it and sat down upon a bench. "Evidently the moon is not made of green cheese, as Grand Nurse always thought," pondered Monica, with the pride of a discoverer. "I must remember to tell her that." And she was just tying a knot in her handkerchief to remind herself, when she was startled to hear a musical voice say, "Are you aware that you are on the wrong side of the moon?" It belonged to a tiny figure, no bigger than Monica's doll, dressed like a lady gardener, with apron, straw hat, and big gloves. "The little blind man in the cave told me it is the right side for me," replied Monica politely. "Oh, he's never done so before. But if Toady told you that, then no one can blame the gardeness. Who are you? I am Monica. It's a strange name. Some parents have queer fancies. You are the first moonchild who has ever come back. How you have grown! To be sure, I shouldn't have known you. When she heard Monica's errand, and had refreshed her memory as to where she lived, she remarked with surprise, "We've had an order for one to be sent to your address today. We always forward to customers' houses, but people never come and fetch them. It's a most unheard of proceeding," added the little lady, with a toss of her pretty head. "Where's your cheque?" "Cheque? Have I got to buy it? I've just spent all my money on a new doll," said Monica, her eyes filling with tears. "And now I might have bought the new baby instead." "We're on the cheque system here," said the little lady, smiling. "Come with me, and I'll show you around. Then you'll see what nonsense you're talking." Monica brightened up, and they proceeded down a trim gravel path that had a moonstone wall on either side, and a big door at the end. "Who are you, please?" asked Monica as they went along. "Where you come from, clever people call me Celine. Here I am the gardeness. Your pass cheque," she added in a businesslike way. "To order or bearer, which do you want?" The child hesitated. "You want to order a baby, I suppose?" The gardeness was becoming rather impatient. "Oh, yes, I've come to fetch it." "But you can't have a cheque to order and bearer at the same time." "Can't I?" inquired Monica plaintively. "How can I take it then?" "That will be my business," whispered her companion mysteriously, then added loudly, "The little ones are being checked in the counting house now. Be quick, or the pick of the choice will be gone." "To order," faltered Monica. Whereupon her companion pushed the great door, which swung open, and the quaint pair quickly passed through. "They are always on order," remarked the gardeness, as she led Monica up a high flight of steps. "But we forward them in our own way. Excuse my question, it was a matter of form." Now they were in the loveliest garden ever seen, and Monica gave a little sob of delight as she noticed that all around about her, in every flower, nestled the dearest, weeest little baby imaginable, whilst hundreds of tiny creatures were tending them, drying the dewdrops from their big round eyes and turning their little bald heads for more air, all the while humming a refrain which Monica recognized as her mother's favorite one, called "The Bee's Wedding." At first she marveled silently at the beauty of the scene. Then, as she basked in the pervading warmth, she remembered having been surprised at seeing the moon and sun out at the same time, and now realized that the moon was sunning its garden of babies. "I've brought my bandbox," she remarked, laughing gaily. "That's a good thing," replied her companion, "as it has to be a private transaction. Stoop down." And she drew Monica closer to the rows upon rows of the beautifulest roses, gently moved the petals of one of them, and revealed, embedded in the heart of the rose, its own sweet little baby. Then the gardeness told Monica with infinite pride about the flower infants under her care. To her visitor's remark on their resemblance to each other, she replied touchily, "I suppose you've seen many girls called Rose who were alike when born, but they differ enough later. It's the same with the rest." The gardeness pointed out to her the children with the names of Lily, Daisy, Sweet William, and others, all borne up by their especial flower, her own flower, the gardenia, and the marigold's Mary, and told her how, in some flowers, the children imbibe their tastes from their surroundings. Thus, as they strolled around, Monica heard that the dandelion turns out too foppish a child, that amongst the wild oats the harum-scarum boys develop, that the blue cornflower babies remain true to their liking for farinaceous food, and in love lies bleeding, little cupids are born. Monica went through the vegetable garden and saw the turnips, where the noses of the infants looked so funny. They generally take a dislike to vegetables later on, exclaimed the gardeness. Now those over there, pointing to a bed of 18 carrots, are as good as gold. But we must not linger here. You shall have a peep at the orchard, and visit the counting house. Then you must be quick and make your choice. In the orchard were only boy babies, some sweet-tempered, others sour. The gardeness wouldn't recommend a gooseberry one, for it was apt to grow up silly. There were some rosy, apple-cheeked ones, but they looked all cheek. Little gypsy-faced babies peeped with black eyes from out of the blackberry bushes, whilst in the fruit and nut trees close by were many pairs of hard-headed little twins, all Philips and Philippines. "There's no time," observed the gardeness, "to visit the Indian garden, or the Chinese, or the others. I should like to have shown you some quaint little baby girls called Peach Blossom in the Japanese garden, but after all, I suppose you prefer an English one? They are generally chosen according to climate." And seeing Monica smile and nod, she hurried her off to the counting house. Monica had not been considering at all what she should choose, for she had lost her heart to that first little rose baby. Very soon they reached their destination, a long, low building. "Listen," said the gardeness, drawing her to an open window. "They are actually quarrelling over it again." There was a fearful hubbub going on inside, above which could be distinguished, "If 1 times 6 is 6, 6 times 1 must be 1. So that fat infant weighs more than 1 and 6. "Ah!" exclaimed her guide. "A stupid wrangle! No wonder that complaints arise, and that the children don't always arrive at their destinations in time. It causes no end of bother. Pass in." The noise ceased, and in the enormous room hundreds of babies, freshly gathered from the garden, were being numbered and ticketed by a regular little army of miniature hospital nurses, who received instructions from their superiors standing behind the counter. As she entered, Monica heard that number 47,859,056, a dear little Indian baby, was to be forwarded to some strange-sounding address in Calcutta, where it was expected in 27 days, 7 hours, 48 minutes, and 11.5 seconds. Very businesslike, but it would have been simpler to say that day next month, for it was a lunar month. As it was carried away, Monica and her guide followed, and entered the packing and forwarding department, and saw it wrapped up in cabbage leaves, packed in one of the numerous band-boxes which lined the walls, and gently warned that if it cried much it would crack its voice. Then the box was labelled "Fragile, with care," and put down a trapdoor in the floor, where it disappeared from view. The babies were being brought in rapidly, packed with all dispatch, and each received advice, such as to sleep as much as it could after the journey, when bored to suck its thumb, to try and get its own way whenever possible, and when it disapproved, to express the same in the usual manner. Immediately they got outside, the gardeness advised Monica, as her parents were well-to-do, to choose a set of twins, which were not welcome everywhere, and thus save them from being planted on a poor family, for they had to be got off somehow, so were always sent, as if by mistake, where least expected. But Monica mentioned her choice, and begged very hard for it. So the gardeness took the bandbox from her, bade her wait behind a tree, and with that little toss of her head went to gather the rose baby, which had been sent for in so unheard of a way. Monica waited there so long that she became very anxious. At last the gardeness returned, pale and out of breath, hurriedly warned her not to let in any cold air onto the child, which was packed all snug and comfortable in the bandbox, and above all, to make all speed or she would meet someone she wouldn't like, showed her a short cut to the boundary, kissed her hand, and was gone. Monica, trembling all over with excitement, hastened away with her precious burden, the difference in weight being scarcely perceptible. She ran quickly towards the spot where she had left the airship, quickly placed her treasure and herself inside, and had just touched the drop spring when the man in the moon appeared, approaching slowly. His face was turned fully towards her, and looked quite different from what it had been before, calm and expressionless. But she did not trust it, and was thankful when she pushed off, and felt the airship was moving away. Feeling safe at last, Monica smiled in triumph. With one hand she raised her bandbox on high, and with the other she waved a farewell. Then the man, as if in protest, lifted his arm so that his face once more was hidden in the gloom. And Monica felt herself dropping rapidly into the blackness of the icy cold night. She was thinking, "My book says that no one on earth has ever seen the other side of the moon, so no one knows what on earth is on the other side of it. That's why Grand Nurse couldn't answer my questions properly, and the man wouldn't. Perhaps even he has never seen the Garden of Babies, as he was far too tall to enter that small cave. How lucky I found it all out for myself!" When, with a great start, she came to earth and confusedly recognized the lighted windows of her home. How she got the airship back into its shed, and how she entered the nursery window, she never quite remembered. Throwing back the heavy curtains from the window seat, without noticing Grand Nurse, who was in the room, Monica took off her coat and cap, hurriedly placed them in the night nursery, ran back and peeped eagerly under the lid of the bandbox on the table. It was empty. "Goodness gracious me, missy!" cried Grand Nurse. "Not put yourself to bed yet? Oh, Grand Nurse, what have you done with the new baby?" asked Monica piteously, great tears brimming over her eyes. They must always be unpacked at once, you know, without a moment's delay. Come and see, my poppets, for I'm sure you won't rest without," added the kind old woman, leading her away. And there, in a dressing-room, in a bassinet, already cosily asleep, but still sucking its thumb, Monica beheld with rapture the tiny rose baby she had chosen in that lovely garden high up in the moon, in Cloudland, far away. The end. End of Stories from the Rainbow Book by Mabel Henrietta Spielmann.